Hello everyone, looks like it's live. Start now in a second. Hopefully you can hear me alright. Gonna be a low energy stream today. As usual, I would say. I think it's typical for this channel. I don't know, I just feel like I should explain. It's gonna be low energy. You can basically assume if I'm streaming it's because I don't know what else to do with myself. So there's that. Why would you stream the second I start SMT5 map? Well, I don't think you're going to get much out of this, so go and play your Shin Megami Tensei. Hello everyone. And yeah, I know some of you might be disappointed by another Metroid Randomizer stream, but it's just what I was in the mood for, so. I have not played much at all over the last couple of weeks. I get very grumpy when I haven't been playing stuff. I think I've been doing alright mood-wise. I should turn that off, the sound. But yeah, I tend to get grumpy when I'm not playing stuff. I need to play something for a little while, you know? Low energy Metroid Randomizer hype. Let's go! Yeah. There we go. So wasn't sure what to do today. So here we are. Why aren't you playing SMT5? I don't know, I don't know. All the DLC shit kind of turned me off a bit. So I'm just thinking of waiting for the PC release, which I'm pretty sure is going to happen. I'm torn on it because I do actually, if I was going to buy, you know, physical, right? Like, I think at this point, if you're still, you know, oh, I'll only buy physical games, you're just going to miss out on too many good games, you know? There's tons of games that the only way you're going to play them is maybe with limited run or something like that, rather than there's just too many good indie games that are digital only that, you know, you kind of have to, right? So I'm not a physical purist or anything, but I gotta say I kind of like the Switch cartridges, you know? They feel solid, they feel physical and real in a way. So that's one reason why I would want to get the Switch version rather than the PC version. Like, it feels like you'd be able to revisit a physical Switch game 20, 30 years from now, no problem. You know what I mean? So I'd be tempted for that, but otherwise, I don't know. I think the PC release is probably going to be better overall. I also think that one reason why I'd be okay with okay, we'll go this way. This might end up getting me killed, but it's more efficient if I do it right. So yeah, one reason why I think I'm more like interested in having a physical Switch cartridge is because I'm just kind of maybe being naive, but I'm kind of convinced that Nintendo's path forward is to just make a pretty regular Switch 2, you know? In which case the cartridges might be able to, you know, even if there's problems with a game now, you might be able to play a better version of it at some point. So I don't know. But I just, you know, I was really looking forward to it, and then they're just, here's a shitload of day one DLC, and I'm just like, I don't know. Gonna be bothered, you know? Do I need that? Oh, I thought I'd make that. Okay, I'll try not to make this too torturous a stream, so I'm gonna skip that for now. And I'll just try and remember that I have to go back there. And now I've wasted all my power bombs. No, yeah, I know. The performance doesn't really matter that much for a JRPG. I totally agree. I totally agree. I totally agree. I'm leaning towards getting it soon. I am leaning that way. And I want something new to play anyway, you know? So, I'd be up for that. Definitely looking forward to playing it one way or another, you know? Talking about SMT5. I think... Oh, I could have got in there as well if I had another power bomb, so that's a shame. This is a different randomizer to the ones... I think maybe I streamed one of these and I gave up when it seemed like I had to do Suitless Meridia. I'm not sure what seed that was, which is why I'm not doing it now. I said I would do it eventually, but I can't remember which one it is, so... I'm not going to go through them all looking for it. Sorry to say. I suppose I could have just... I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this one randomizes everything, so it's not like most of the randomizers I played on this stream where only the major items get swapped around and the minor items get swapped around. Everything can be everywhere within reason. So so it's important to check minor items in a way that it wasn't on many of the previous streams. The controls feel a little bit laggy to me. I played a little bit of this yesterday as well, and I don't know if it's just my imagination or what. Oh, I don't have any bombs. Okay, so I have to do this. Ah, okay, I did this on a previous stream. Yeah, oh, not on a previous stream. Yeah, actually, I played a little bit of this yesterday, and I was thinking it would have been a funny stream moment because I was doing, you know, the way just at the start of this I had to get the morph ball by taking damage and knocking myself into the ceiling. That trick is a little bit tricky, especially if you miss it the first time. The hopper guy gets out of position and then it becomes much harder, which is why I left the room and went back in. So I fucked it up about 5 times, and I already had the morph ball, but I just wanted what was in the ceiling, you know. I fucked it up about 5 times. I got whatever it was. I think it was just a missile or something. And then the very next thing, I rolled into the bit on the right just next to that and I got a high jump. So I would have been able to just jump into the fucking ceiling and get the thing. But yeah, I had high jump last time I did this, so I thought it was possible to kind of morph ball from the second jump, but it looks like I have to do 3 jumps. There we go. And now I have no bombs, so I have to go back to the ship to get through to the next place. I could go back down to the old mother brain thing and pick up the thing there, but I think it makes more sense to just progress for now. So I can get at least 6 items just in the green Brinstar place alone, so. Thanks for bringing attention to Alien Soldier. Tried it out recently and love it a lot. My pleasure. Glad you like it. Great game. Very, very good game. Off topic, but am I excited for Elden Ring? Well, nothing's really off topic. The interconnected world. Yeah, that's the part of it that makes me interested in it. I watched a little bit of the footage of the stuff that came out recently because, like, I generally advocate going into stuff as blind as possible, but I don't even know. I'm kind of on the fence about the game, you know? So that's what the footage is for, is to decide whether you want to get in on it. And I think it looks... I don't know, it looks... It's like I'm drawn to it because... The main reason why I like Dark Souls over Demon Souls is because of the interconnected world. I think it adds a lot. I think it adds a lot to the experience. But I don't know. I mean, you're going to be able to warp from the start, and I like that. Based on the previews, it seemed like when you boot it up, you can just go anywhere you want. Maybe I should do a different seed. This is a bit too easy if you get gravity right away. We'll see how it works out anyway. There's no point quitting it just a few minutes in. I like that you can go anywhere you want from the start, you know, that seems cool. But thank you, Bror. I hope you wake up alright in the morning. Yeah, I like that you can go anywhere you want from the start. That looks cool. But at the same time, the fact that you can warp anywhere from the start as well is just kind of, you know, I think it's going to take a lot away from it. Like, I really like that Dark Souls is a big open... It's not an open world in the sense that most people use the term, you know, but it's a big interconnected world, and you can go many places from the start, and there's lots of things you can do and all that, you know. I think that's great. But I also think that part of what makes it work is the whole, you know, you can get locked in Blighttown and have to fight your way out of it, you know, things like that. Like that's something I would like to see more of. I don't get the impression that Elden Ring is going to have much of that in it, so it's kind of unfortunate. I can understand why they want warping if the map is going to be huge. You know, it makes sense that players aren't going to want to navigate it all the time. But I don't know. I don't know if it's what I want. But at the same time, I'm drawn to it just because I do think that it's weird how... Like, it's really weird how linear Dark Souls 3 is in the beginning. Or throughout the whole thing, you know? It's just weird that they would do that when people have always liked the ability to go into different places and get different items, and as a result the rest of your playthrough is a little bit different because, you know, you got this thing over here that you didn't have last time you played, you know? So I'm just glad that they're finally opening it up and allowing people to proceed in different ways. At least that's what it looks like. So I'd say that's the main thing I'm excited about. But on the other hand, I just don't think the world looks very interesting. And that's a shame because they, you know, when they nail that aspect, they do it really well. Like with Demon Souls or Dark Souls or Bloodborne, I think are the strongest examples, you know. It's just kind of rote. Like, there's your maiden. Okay, great. There's the maiden. I've got a maiden now, and you know, I'll walk up to this mysterious NPC and he'll say something and he'll laugh at the end of every line of dialogue, and I don't know if he's trustworthy or not or whatever, you know. It's just there's not really any. If you just keep doing that stuff, there's no way to surprise me, you know. There's very few ways. So I would like some surprises. But same approach as always, I would say. High hopes and low expectations, you know? That's the best way to go into anything. High hopes, low expectations. Do your best, Dark Souls laugh. Well, no, that's my real laugh. Because I'm just... No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I tried to get in here. I don't know what the trick to this is. I've seen it done, but I don't know why this missile hits sometimes and not others. So you can, if you go in here, there's a super missile block here. But the screen should shake if I get it. Does anybody know? All the way to the left? Okay. Take a look at that. I noticed that these guys drop super missiles, which is nice. All the way to the left, then come back. Okay. So I go over here, get it off screen. And then, what? Just get this opening barely on screen? Is that it? All the way off screen. Dean seems to know what he's talking about, so... So do I want the opening to the tunnel off screen? Looks like that missile wouldn't have hit anyway. I go back here. I'm going to talk about Dread. I'm open to discuss it. I don't know what you guys want me to say about it, but I think it's good. It's just not what I was hoping for out of a Metroid game. But I think it would be hard to formulate an argument for it being bad. I mean, I just can't see that. It's good. I think the thing that I feel most conflicted about, I have mixed feelings about, is that is the way Samus moves. Because there's things I really love about it and things I absolutely fucking hate about it. Oh, there we go. So hopefully I don't get stuck in here. I'm pretty sure I can farm missiles in here anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that worked there. But yeah, there's things I really love about the way Samus controls in that game. I think it's the way she animates and stuff. Just the general feel of it. It feels good. But then there's other things that I hate. I think the wall jump is terrible. It's basically the Samus Returns wall jump, which I was talking about, I think, a little bit before Dread came out. It's just... I don't know. There's a lot to not like as well, you know? The wall jump is just, I think, is the worst example. The wall jump is the worst example. Because it's just... Oh, I have Spring Ball. I gotta remember that. You just get locked into not being able to wall jump up a single wall in just a very arbitrary kind of way. That's just annoying. Basically, there's kind of a directional lock that happens when you do a wall jump, which means that you can't move Samus back in the direction of the wall jump, same way you did before. And there's I don't know. Should I just talk about it? Will I just talk about it freely and openly? Yeah, because I think the thing is that, like, I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's worthy of the Metroid name, I would say. You know, I'd say I might prefer it to Fusion. I'm not sure if I do or not, but I might. So I like it overall, but I just think there's a lot about it that just doesn't click with me. And I think the thing that I found most interesting, right? I'll just get straight into the stupid sort of typical me thing to say, which is probably going to baffle everybody or something. But, and it once again kind of relates to cameras, right? But there's a when you do the Shine Spark, right? The Shine Spark feels really good. It feels way better than Fusion or Zero Mission from what I remember of them, right? The Shine Spark is really good in the game in general. I think it feels right. And I like some of the nuance to it that becomes apparent when you do those kind of late game puzzles when you're 100% in the game. I don't want to say because I think they didn't explain some of the nuances to it. From what I remember, they wanted you to work them out, if I remember right. So I won't say what they are, but there's a couple of little tricks that you can do with the Shine Spark, which is cool. But there's also a thing in place. There's also a thing in place which is like a camera trick, right? So I think there's some kind of detection in place when you do a Shine Spark. If you do a Shine Spark upwards, and the game knows that you're not going to hit a ceiling for X number of tiles, it actually pulls the camera in a you'd have to see it in action to get what I mean, but it pulls the camera in underneath Samus, which is the kind of thing you can only really do in a 2.5D game, you know? So I can understand why they wanted to do that, and it's kind of cool because, you know, there's a lot of 2D games that wouldn't be able to do that effect, you know? So basically, say you're going upwards rather than the camera being dead on. Imagine if it was kind of tilted down below Samus's feet and it goes up. It's kind of like a little cinematic, someone says. Boyji says. Yes, it's kind of like a little cinematic, right? It's not a cinematic, but it kind of is. That's my problem with it, because you take this thing, which is a Shine Spark, right? Now, the whole conceit, the whole point of a Shine Spark is that you make a big commitment, right? You commit that Samus is going to continue moving in a certain direction until she hits an obstacle that she can't get past anymore, right? And as a trade-off for that commitment, you're going to move way faster than you would otherwise. But also you're going to slam into whatever you hit, right? There's like a little bit of nuance to it. It's a trade-off, like anything in a game. There's pros and cons to it, and it's a thing that you will use under some circumstances and not other circumstances, blah, blah, blah. Right? You all know this, right? But the thing is, when you put that camera on it, you make it feel like it's not interactive, almost. Like, it makes it feel like it's not something I did, even. I know that that's ridiculous, because it is, like, it's a funny thing, right? I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it's objectively bad in some measure that you can measure the game on, that, oh, this is, you know, designers shouldn't do this. I think that it's the kind of thing where you could definitely make an argument designers should do this, because it's kind of cool in a way, right? Yeah, they should move if you have an opportunity to move the camera around without negatively impacting gameplay, why not, right? Because it doesn't negatively impact gameplay. That's the other concession I have to make here. It doesn't. You're locked into that animation anyway. There's nothing you can do, and by the time there's like a recovery animation, you know, by the time Samus's recovery animation is done, the camera has pulled back to its default position. So it's almost like, as far as the player control is concerned, if you look at the start, like the moment when the player loses control and the moment when the player regains control, whether you do that camera trick or not, they would have the same start and end frames, right? So there's really no downside to doing it from that perspective. Even. And yet, I hate it. I just hate it. I hate it. I absolutely hate that the game does that. I think it really illuminated something on a personal level to me, which is probably a reason why I like old games like this, and another reason why I like the Wonderful 101 and stuff, is just that I just like when a camera does nothing, like just sits at its position and allows me to see the game world. It just makes it feel less like a game somehow, you know? And I know that's kind of ridiculous, but it's how I feel. I just can't deny that's how I feel about it. I just think it makes it feel less like I'm in control of the game. I don't know. It's a weird thing, but it's how I feel. I mean, if you've been reading the Patreon or whatever, there's a post where I talked a little bit about how, you know, if you're a designer, you want to have beliefs about things, right? Whereas if you're a critic, you want to be open-minded. And I think that's actually one of the best examples I've ever seen myself, because if I was making a game like that, even if it was 2.5D, which is not what I'm doing, but if I made a 2.5D game, you know, and there was a question of, you know, we can do this thing with the camera, should we? The answer would be an instant no. No, we're not doing that. You know, it's just not happening. Like, I would overrule it and I would never look back. I could never have my mind changed on that at all. But if I say, you know, I go back and do more videos on the channel or whatever for Metroid Dread, I would absolutely not make a point of that. Unless it was to raise this kind of argument or topic in the viewer's mind or something, you know. But like, let me put it a different way. I might touch on it because I do think it's interesting. Hopefully just hearing me talk about this makes you, I don't know, makes you think something. But I wouldn't say, oh, and this is bad, you know, and it's bad that the game does this, because I don't think I could make an argument for it being bad. Like I said, it's almost perfectly designed to not, you almost can't formulate an argument for it being bad, right? Because like I said, the start frame and the end frame are going to be the same either way, so what's the harm, you know? And yet at the same time, I just hate it. I really hate that little thing that they did there. And I also, I mean, most of you can predict this, but I hate how many interruptions and stuff there is. I think if we're going to talk about how pointless a flaw is, you know, versus how detrimental it is, the fact that you are forced to talk to Adam all the time is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's just such a ridiculous thing to leave in the game, especially after Fusion. You know, nobody liked it in Fusion. And then they go, well, we're going to have our first Metroid game in 15 years. And you have to, every time you walk into the room, you have to talk to the computer. And I'll say another thing. Here's another thing I didn't like, is I don't like all the cinematics that tried to make Samus look cool, because I think Samus is just innately cool anyway, right? That's one of the best things about... it's kind of like what I said about this game on one of the previous streams. The way her ship is just sitting... God, it's so hard to talk with, to get all your thoughts across about something. So in a previous stream I said it's cool that the ship is just sitting there and Samus can leave whenever she wants. She just doesn't, right? And that kind of characterizes her in a cool way. Now I don't mind that the ship is far away from you in Dread. I think that's actually pretty cool that they inverted the usual Metroid thing so that you're trying to get back to your ship for most of the game. That's fine with me. So I don't begrudge it for that at all, but I just hate how, you know, the cloak boss, the cinematic kill that she does on it, it's terrible. And it just makes her look like she's trying to look cool, you know? And what was I gonna say? So I was trying to make her look cool, right? But then every time you go and step on a switch or whatever, anytime there's some kind of interactable doodad in the environment, Samus turns to look at the camera as though she's asking and like the prompt comes up on screen, do you want to get in the tram car? It's as though she's like asking my permission to go and do this fucking thing. You know what I mean? What? And again, this was in Samus Returns. It was bad there. Why is that still a problem? I don't get it. I don't get how anybody looks at that and says, okay, let's have the character turn to face the screen. And then when they want to use the thing, they'll turn around the other way. They'll do a complete 180 and turn in the opposite direction to use the device that they're going to use. It's so weird. It just adds this kind of pointless bloat to the animation for no reason, you know? And it doesn't make Samus look cool, so I don't know what they were thinking there, you know? Any objections, player, yeah. That's exactly what it is. That's perfect. Any objections, player. That's basically what it is, you know? I don't get it. I don't get it. So for all the, you know, trying to make Samus look cool that they did, they explicitly really did it in Dread. They were like, okay, we're gonna make Samus look like a badass here. This animation is so badass. In spite of all that, you know, she has to turn and look at you whenever you're going to use something. And then whenever you walk through a computer room, she just gets locked in and forced to talk to a computer that you obviously don't want to talk to. Which is the most badass thing ever, you know, walking into a room and getting locked into a nagging little computer that's just going to tell you And he always tells you something you already know. That's one of the most frustrating things about it, is they did a good job introducing the Emmys and all the things around that without having to explain anything. And then you go and you do it all, and then Adam just explains it all to you again anyway, as if you didn't get it. It's weird. So, I've been negative, right, so far. And there's things I really dislike about it. But apart from that, I do think pretty much everything else was good. I also think I have to kind of eat some shit again in that I don't think the game did not look terrible the way I thought it would when it came out. Now, my opinion hasn't really flipped on it the way it did with Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, because there's parts of Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection that I really like now. I still think Super Metroid has a better atmosphere and stuff overall, but you know, it certainly doesn't look like it doesn't look bad. This could be a dangerous thing. How much damage am I going to take here? If I've no Varia suit, yeah, I haven't saved at all, so I'm not going to do this yet. It was a bad idea to come in here without saving. So apart from those misgivings that I have, which do really bug me because they were in Fusion and Samus Returns, both the things I talked about there, except for the Shine Spark thing. They were in Fusion and Samus Returns, so it's really frustrating for them to be back again when they're so obviously just not a good fit for Metroid, I think. Apart from that, I think it was a good game. The only other major complaint I can make, which is, it's kind of what they were going for, is just you're too locked in, you know, there's too much, it's too restrictive, and don't try and talk to me about the sequence breaks, because I've done them, and I don't think they're very impactful. From the ones I did. They're very... It's not a problem that they're predefined, I don't mind that, because it's kind of good for them to know what's possible for the player to do. It's just that if you actually go and do some of the sequence breaks, they don't really open up anything, you know? You just kind of, you get something in a slightly different order, and I don't know how to put it, and it's not like I've done some kind of rigorous analysis on it, but I did a playthrough where I got the early grapple beam. I got something else early as well, I can't remember what, but I then tried to look for other ways to use them and stuff, and I couldn't really... There wasn't much to do, you know? Oftentimes you just get in an elevator, pick up a thing, and fucking end up going back more or less where you were, you know? So. So yeah, there's definitely some problems with it, but there's a lot I liked about it as well. I like the Emmys. Okay, that's important. Screw attack. I like the Emmys. I think that they were well implemented. I think their pathing is really good, and the way they animate is really fluid and stuff. I think Samus's animation is fantastic as well. She animates really, really well. I just think like the general movement and stuff feels really solid. Did I just save there? I forget. I think I did. I think this is the place that makes most sense to go. Do I prefer Dread to Fusion or Zero Mission? I don't know. I think I probably prefer to Fusion overall. But I'm not sure. I do think that Fusion did kind of have something going for it. Like, I played a little bit of it recently. I didn't actually finish my playthrough, but I played a little bit of it recently. I think Fusion kind of has a good sense of... well, Samus... it's almost like Samus being on the job or something, you know? Like, go and fix these air ducts. It's like, you can kind of imagine... What am I doing here? Keep holding the jump on. You can kind of imagine that that's how a typical mission for Samus goes, you know? That she's got to go and do all these varied things on the planet and stuff. I don't know. But yeah, I like Dread overall. It's just, it's not exactly what I want out of Metroid, you know? I was hoping for something with more openness. I think that they said it was going to be more open, and I just think that was misleading. That wasn't... They said it was going to have like a high level of openness, even compared to other games in the series or something, and that's just... I don't know. Don't know about that. Felt misled, to be honest. fixing air duct, so badass. Well, that's the thing. I think if the game is trying to contort itself solely around what will make Samus seem like a badass, that's not good. You know? Because I don't think that's what Super Metroid does. It just emerges naturally as a result of what she does, right? And that's cool. That to me is better than, you know, here's your big cinematic kill animation. That's just... I don't feel like a badass when Samus kills the thing. Like, the thing that bugs me is just... It's a very simple complaint, but Samus kills that cloak monster at the start, you know? And then she kills it and, like... She hits the ground and does almost kind of a... I know it's a pose that's been used a lot. It comes from... I don't know. Kojima took it from Terminator or some shit. You know, Snake landing on the deck of the tanker, right? He's sort of crouching down. She does that kind of thing. In my mind, the way I characterize Samus, and granted I've never played Other M, right? The way I characterize Samus is if she lands in that position and she's just killed a thing on the ground, right? She's just killed a thing, jumped over it, and landed with her back facing to it. The superhero land or whatever. Yeah, superhero. Yeah, Wonder Red does it as well, doesn't he, right? She doesn't like slowly get up or anything like that. She instantly spins around to turn her gun back on it because she doesn't know if it's dead, right? She doesn't have a fucking health bar. She doesn't know if it's dead. She should be instantly spinning around. I can't get up here. She should instantly spin around to assess the threat. You know what I mean? That's, to me, is how I would characterize Samus anyway. Not, oh, she's an action hero and she's gonna spin and do the hero landing and that's it, you know what I mean? That's just not how I picture her. So when they portray her that way in cutscenes, I think that's kind of a struggle that they have with Metroid in general, but is, you know, maybe just because the old games were so... the old games were so... simple in how they portray things that everybody kind of pictures her a different way, right? But of course, everybody also thinks the way that they picture. So she's pragmatic, yeah. That's how I see her anyway. I don't know how anybody else sees her, but she does the same thing in the Thardos fight in Prime 1. I don't remember that. I'd believe it though, yeah. But I'm talking about Super Metroid here, you know. Just go in, get the job done, and go out. She doesn't do anything else. She's not trying to look cool at all. She just is, right? Yeah, that's how I feel. But I don't want to be too down on the game. I did like it, and I think most of all that, like, you can call it a Metroid game, and that's fine with me. It's not like they have tarnished the Metroid name or anything like that. It's like, yeah, that's a solid enough Metroid entry, you know. And I think if you're Mercury Steam, you gotta be happy with that, right? That's just, you know, what else can you hope for, really? Because it's a big franchise to work on, and most people obviously feel more positively about it than I do, so I'm sure they're happy with the reception of it and all. And they should be. It's good. They did a good job, and there's a lot of things they did right in it. I think I really enjoy the way Samus moves around in it. Just the moment-to-moment feeling of it, it's good. The way she animates is fantastic as well. There's a lot to be said for just getting the player character to feel right, you know? That alone will make you want to play a game. Like, I did a 100% run as my first run on Dread, and then I ended up playing most of hard mode. I didn't finish it, but then I went back and played again and did sequence breaks, and there's just no way I would do that unless it felt good moment to moment, especially because I have to sit through a bunch of Adam cutscenes, you know? They need to patch that. They need to patch it, because he's just completely fucking useless. It only tells you stuff you already know. There's really no point to it at all. At all. They need to patch that out. Just get rid of it. People will not get stuck if they're not forced to listen to the fucking computer. They won't. Right? And if they do, it's their own fault, because there's guidance there for them. Just don't make other people... Like, the game would improve immensely by just not getting locked in those rooms, you know? Okay, I don't know where to go next. I know I can get an item out this way, but then I'll be stuck in a heat zone. And I don't have speed booster. I think... let's see. Let's see. I can't remember when I last saved, but I'm going to assume that I had everything I have now. I think maybe I can get this if I do it right. I think, did somebody tell me on a previous stream that you can only get the ones that are facing to the left, which is most of them actually, but you can only get the ones facing the left, I think. I'm not sure I can get that. Yeah, the slideshow is bad. You can get around that though by keeping a save. Basically, if you when you get control of Samus, quit out, and then you'll have a save where the slideshow is skipped. So you can just copy that. Okay, I can't. Yeah, the slide is great as well. The slide is a great addition. And I like that Morph Ball has its own button as well. That's really good. I think it was that way in Samus Returns, but yeah, it's really good. You get your own Morph Ball button. Just makes it easier to do stuff like turn into a Morph Ball in midair or whatever. Okay, I can't get that apparently. I can get whatever's out there, but then I'm stuck. I suppose it's worth a shot. I can always see what it is and just die and reload. I don't think there's a heat room until the item anyway. Yeah. I came on too strong there about Tread and the things I didn't like about it. I do get passionate about things like that where I just feel like they had an opportunity to... I don't know how you work on a game like Samus Returns, right? And you have to... You know, as a player, it's bad enough going through the game once, right? As a developer, I can't even imagine it. Having to sit through those animations where she turns and looks at the camera before she uses a device. I just can't imagine actually sitting through that as a developer and then bringing it back for another game. So it just baffles me. Just very strange. It's a very strange thing. It's just such a waste of time, you know? Even if she just turned the opposite way so her back was facing you, it would have... I think it would work exactly the same way, you know? You're going to get the prompt up on screen with text that explains what you're about to do anyway. So why does she need to turn to face the camera and then turn to face the other way? It's so bizarre to me. And, you know, whatever about... Like, I get development is fucking tricky, right? And you get into it and it's like, oh, well, you know, we're making Samus Returns and now we're 90% of the way through it and we've only just realized this aggravates us. But hey, we can fix it in the next one. You know what I mean? You know, like, we're not going to change this now because we don't want to test everything again or whatever. It's tested enough and we know it works and we're fine with it. We'll fix it in the next one. But to then not fix it in the next one, I don't get it. Just don't get it. Oh, I can get into the wrecked ship with a gravity jump. Right? So 2 gravity jumps maybe. But... And Fantoon will be easy because I have gravity. It's always, I will say, it's hard to play these randomizers and keep track of what I've collected while trying to answer questions and stuff. Oh, can I... Okay. I don't have bombs. Interesting. Oh, Meridia, of course, Meridia. It's so strange to get gravity early. Okay. Meridia. Off we go to the worst part of the game. The worst part. Can almost call it random, yeah. How'd everybody else feel about Dread anyway? I figure I'm probably a little bit more negative on it than most people, but I did like it. I did like it. I think as well, one thing I gotta say is the bosses are better than they ever have been in a Metroid game. So I don't know, I can't remember the ones from Fusion and Zero Mission very well, to be honest, but the boss fights are good. That's, I would say that's probably a part where they have outshined the rest of the series, you know? So. You have to speed boost into that, don't you? Okay, well we know where Varia is. Yeah, everybody seems to like it. Yeah, I think they've done a good job with it. Can never remember where exactly this thing is. Can I do this? That works. Glad to hear that, Germ. Needless to say, I'm a fan. Something finally clicked. Any thoughts on development since your last update? Nothing really. The reason I'm streaming today is just that I don't know what to do next. I kind of wish I had another big system to work on. I've been working on shaders and learning a bit of GLSL, and just getting them in. How to go about getting them in. Keep forgetting I have Spring Ball. I maybe have enough fodder for another update video or something, because I did something that I think is pretty cool, which is it's nothing amazing or anything, but it's I'm calling it like a shader chain system for post-processing shaders. So I don't know how many other games do stuff like this. Probably not that many, because it is kind of an expensive technique, but I know this jump isn't going to make it, but I want to see whereabouts I'm actually going. Right. Kind of an expensive technique, but basically I have a way to drop a post-processing shader into a room. So Game Maker is broken up into rooms, like Super Metroid is broken into rooms. Each room is its own kind of thing, you know? To just drop a post-processing shader into a room and then chain it with a bunch of other shaders as well, so that you can get complicated effects, you know. Now there's a whole bunch of pros and cons on that. I suppose I probably shouldn't talk about it too much, because I can't imagine what else I'd make a development video about, and it'd be kind of nice to do another one, but it's basically just a way of having as many shaders as I want in a specific room, so I can have multiple effects in a given room. I don't think Beetlejuice is going to be a particularly heavy thing for shaders, but I could imagine it on the other projects that I have in mind. So there's that, and it'd be kind of nice to use them, you know. Do I ever read any game design literature? No, I don't. Yeah, I think I've been doing okay so far. I think I'm all set on that front. On the actual design front, I know what I like and what I don't like and what I want out of things. And I get all that, you know? So I'm not really worried about that. Maybe I should be more worried than I am, but I'm not really worried about that. Worried that I'm going to get myself locked in somewhere here. I'm still not totally comfortable with Meridia, especially with a weird loadout. I can't believe I'm 50 minutes into this already. I don't have that many items for playing games is reading game design. Yeah, kind of. I would say it's not, actually. I would say I think just playing games isn't enough. You also have to kind of sit down and think about them beyond that, you know? But just actually sitting down and playing a bunch of games doesn't mean you're going to come out with a good... I mean, it's hard to say if I know what I'm talking about, you know? But I don't think it means that you're going to come out with a good sense of what good or bad design is, or, you know, what you or even necessarily what you want out of things yourself. I do think it's important to kind of sit down and break it down somehow. Because you'd be surprised. Like I've said, sometimes in the past, I'm writing something. It doesn't happen often. Like, what happens often is I'm writing something and then I realize, you know, oh, I need to make an adjustment to this, and my understanding of something improves as a result. That happens fairly often. But even sometimes I'm writing something and I realize I have it backwards, you know, and the script flips 180. I can't remember. It has happened on at least a couple of occasions. I can't remember any specific examples, but there's definitely been times where I thought one way about something and then I sat down to write about it, and I realized it was actually the other way around, you know? That it was my initial impression was wrong, and that they did the right thing or they did the wrong thing here or whatever, you know. As I see it. Anyway, as I see it. The Phoenix Wright bit in microvids too. Oh yeah. That was in. Sorry, you confused me there. No, that was in the first micro videos. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Can get back this way by getting through the door. Right. Haven't done this trick since I last streamed, so hopefully I can fucking get it. There we go. Those little crabs hit hard. Yeah, it was in Micro Videos 1, so so that's where I kind of had one idea, and then I ended up telling you about the whole kind of chain of thought where I flipped my thinking around on it. I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to be doing, but I can go and get into that other sand pit. I don't know where else I can go here. Just barely got it. I'm King Crab. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. But yeah, I've been doing shaders, and But no, I'd like... What I wanted to do today was to just start on a new system, you know? But I don't know what to do. There's things I haven't even touched yet, like sound and menus. But I think sound is going to be relatively easy. Oh, there's an item right here. Hopefully it's not something good or I wasted a bunch of time. Okay. So I have no menus. I have no sound. But I think they're going to be relatively easy. I think the main menu would probably take some time, you know? Like, getting options in to change the sound volume or, I don't know, the brightness or whatever the fuck. That definitely takes some time. Why am I not making that? It kind of looks like I should, right? Yeah, well, I want to avoid as much UI as possible. So, I think ideally for Beetlejuice, if I do it right, it doesn't need any kind of heads-up display or anything. Hopefully. But it might have something. I could see maybe a health bar or something like that by the end, but even then I'd like to avoid that. I don't know how to portray damage yet. Because it's not cartoony like Ghosts and Goblins, so I can't just have the player character drop down into his underwear. I don't know how else to do that. If I want to do it without a health bar, I mean, which I would like to try. Hello, Duke. Welcome aboard. Apologies for anybody I missed. Everybody always gives greetings and kind words and such, and I always miss them. And I'm sorry for that. Integrated UI is the pinnacle of good game design. I like it. I wouldn't go that far, but I definitely like it. I said this on a previous stream, but I only realized after I finished Ghosts and Goblins that there was an option to turn off the UI. And it's remarkable how much the game improved for me there. I'm not saying it's the difference between it being a good game or a bad game or whatever, you know, that's certainly not true. But, well, this is really annoying. What the fuck? Because I don't have high jump. Oh man, that's gonna be a disaster to try and do this right. I'm gonna have to do a wall jump and then turn into the ball. Oh, look at that. I'll take my kudos now, chat. Thank you. Not gonna be earning interest on these kudos. I'll have them right now. Thank you very much. What was I saying? Oh yeah, it was remarkable to me how much I felt that it improved the game, you know. It's not like it was the difference between it being a good or bad game or whatever. But Thank you everybody. Yeah, I know you're just humoring me, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, I hate the quicksand. I absolutely hate it. Yeah, just something about just having the image of the game on screen. It's really nice. I seen Gloomwood's inventory. No, I haven't. Dead Space, yeah. Okay, where else can I even go here? I got X-ray, that's nothing. Might as well have picked up nothing. Maybe I was supposed to go to the wrecked ship after all. I can think of... I mean, there's several items I can get there, right? I can't think of what else I'm missing in Meridia. I'd have to go towards Dragon. I can't do that without Speed Booster. I know there's a clip you can do. I can't do it. I think it's probably best at this point to back out while I'm near the entrance, to back out and go to the wrecked ship. I can gravity jump into there. Hopefully get something useful. I have to remember that Varia is there though. Varia is at the entrance to Meridia. Oh, right, this is why. Is there some kind of secret way up in this? I think I disabled protections for stuff like this. And I can't even bomb jump my way out. I'd be happy to bomb jump out of here again. Hmm. Maybe I'm picturing Meridia wrong, but I think if I go along the normal path, maybe I can get into the wrecked ship from the back door. I'm gonna take a save here. I can't get Varia without Speed Booster. I don't think there's nothing that I'm missing from the start. There's the Wave Gate room, but I don't have Wave Beam. There's that shallow watery bit, but I don't have Speed Booster. What's the fastest way to get to that? I need to get to that tube thing, right? Jesus. Need to get to that tube thing. I think this way will take me there. I still have no idea how to navigate this area. Just because of the way it kind of overlaps with itself, that makes it confusing. Am I thinking right here? Yeah, that's the tube there on the right, I think. I don't know. I could easily be picturing. I need a consistent way of getting out of this sand, because I can't put up with this shit. Is that it? Am I Fuck off. Oh my god. This is what Dread was missing, yeah, sand pits. Store doesn't open until Dragon is dead. Oh, I have no sound. I suppose I should use this so you're not hearing all the beeping. There you go, you're welcome. I think I'm going the right way. Is there an item down here? No. No, I haven't seen Dune. Seen the trailers, I think the visuals look pretty boring. I don't know how the film is going to be, but I wasn't sold on the actual style. It looks very dour for Dune. I'm gonna have to start playing cautiously here. Trailers didn't do it justice. If you've ever seen his Blade Runner reboot, it's somewhat similar in tone. Yeah, I thought the Blade Runner reboot was alright. I don't see why Dune would have the same tone though. Oh my god, I can't believe. So I have to do this? Okay. I don't know. It might just be because I played the Dune games when I was younger, you know. So they were a bit more crazy looking. This bit is a little maze, isn't it? I have no idea how to get through here. Is that it? Is that all there is to it? Hey, looks like, yeah. Alright. Well, I know it's not as interesting to watch as some of the suffering I've gone through on stream, but I think it's really cool that even after doing a bunch of randomizers, I'm now doing something slightly different than I did before, you know? That's the appeal to me of this stuff. These shouldn't hurt, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Tomorrow Children coming back. It's good news. Very happy they were able to get the IP back. It's nice that it worked out for them. I think whatever you think about the game, it's just kind of crazy that such a unique thing was not available to play anymore. You know, the whole Like, there was clearly a lot of effort gone into it. The whole voxel ray tracing thing that they did, and the visuals and the style and tone of it and stuff. It's just cool. So now my Death Stranding video will be inaccurate, yeah. Well, I really didn't expect the game to come back in any kind of official form. I thought, you know, maybe one day we'd see it again because, you know, forever is a very long time, right? But yeah, I really didn't expect it to come back within about a year or so of making that video. Yeah, I don't mind though. I don't mind. Don't mind if the, you know, I can't complain that the video is going to be out. Plus, I think my mentality on that stuff has shifted a little bit over the years. It's nice to have a video which is kind of timeless and, you know, represents the game as it is and all that. But at the same time, you know, like, you could say my Zelda comparison video is out of date as well, you know? But at the same time, it's cool that people can go back and watch it and be like, wow, there's a lot of here that's, you know, like Breath of the Wild. So it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Or, you know, the God of War video is out of date, but because we didn't know what the PS5 was going to be like at the time, but like the point still holds up, you know. So maybe people will play the Tomorrow Children and see why I wanted to compare it to Death Stranding. So I think they really do have a lot in common. Yeah. I hope some of you, if you're interested, get to give it a chance when it comes out. It's I don't know, a lot of people seem to hate it, but yeah, I like it. I think it's good. I think my big problem with it, which I did mention, I got at in the Death Stranding video, is just that Death Stranding feels better. Like, they kind of have a lot of stuff in common, where there's a lot of logistics and there's even shooting and stuff in both games. But it's just that Death Stranding has that, you know, Kojima Productions level of polish on the actual mechanics moment to moment, so that it feels better to play on that kind of level, you know? Like, the balancing thing, that is unique to Death Stranding. That's not in the Tomorrow Children at all, you know? So that's a whole thing that Death Stranding has unto itself, you know? So I would say that the Tomorrow Children suffers in that regard, but in terms of all the online connectivity and stuff like that, the Tomorrow Children is just far better. Far better. I think one reason that I'm happy the game comes back is just it does seem kind of like an injustice. Like, I know nobody really took Kojima seriously with the whole Strand thing, and it never really caught on as a genre name or whatever. Well, I'll give it time. You know, there's time, yeah. But it's just it was just strange to me to see people talking about this as though it was a new thing, you know, or it was something, when the implementation of it wasn't even as good as the Tomorrow Children, and people were praising that aspect of it. I just found that strange, you know. So yeah, it's nice that the other game gets to live as well, you know. I think as well, one thing I kind of forgot, because it's been years since the Tomorrow Children was playable, I forgot how incredible the atmosphere of that game is. It really is genuinely incredible on an atmospheric level. I think, I like the social stuff, but I'm not really a social kind of player. You know, it's not like I was... Like, in the Tomorrow Children, you can go into towns and kind of hang out with other people, and, you know, you have little emotes that you can do and stuff like that. I was never really doing that. I was just kind of off doing things whenever I played it. I'm not really a social guy in that way. So that all that stuff is great though, I think, in the game. But I think what I really liked about it on a personal level is just the atmosphere is just incredible. It's really incredible. And I do think the multiplayer is part of that. And I'm glad that I'm going to be able to experience that again. Just something about the way the lighting works, even beyond the... I don't know if it's beyond the ray tracing system that they did. Like, I don't know if... How do I put this? I think that things like ray tracing, it's nice to have more options, right? It's nice for developers to be able to do more things than they could in the past and all that, right? To me, I'm not interested in the game because it has ray tracing, right? I'm not interested for that reason alone, right? It's more just like, does it make the game look good or better in a way, you know, that it couldn't without this technique. So I don't know how much of the Tomorrow Children's atmosphere could be recaptured without the ray tracing that they did, because part of what makes it work is just, like, one thing I like about it is that nighttime is very dark, you know, and you get these little pieces of illumination. Like, one of the things, you'll learn this early in the game if you play it, but one of the things about it is that the darkness hurts you. You're not supposed to be in the dark, right? So you want to have a light source around you at all times. So you end up in these very dark, there's like a day-night cycle, even though it's not really a planet as you would think of it. And the nighttime gets very dark. God damn it. And I think that's cool. You get all these like little pieces of illumination in the towns, or, you know, where there's kind of bioluminescent plants or whatever. Although nothing is biological by the looks of it in the game. Anyway. So a lot of the atmosphere is that, and just like the way the sun sets and the whole game goes yellow. It has this really nice vibe. But there's also stuff in it that I think does come from the kind of ray tracing that they did, where you break into these islands. You can kind of think of it like Minecraft in a way, where there's mountains that you carve into, but they're mountains of abstract art. And you can kind of carve into them, and like if you carve into it, then the surface of it is no longer full, you know? So if you put a light source in it, it glows. So if it's like this big red hallway or something and you have a light source inside it, it'll glow red on the outside because of the light source that's inside. There's just so many nice little things like that in it that make it look really cool. And it's just such a nice game to soak in atmospherically, I think. I'm locked in here. So I have to fall down? Oh, that sucks. If I go... I mean, it just makes sense to go to the Chozo statue. I suppose I can check what this is. I didn't get what this is, did I? To be careful here that I don't... I did. Yeah. I can check what's down below me here. Oh, I didn't do the energy tank room. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, I'll go back that way. Timely reminder there, Dean, because I'm going back that way now. Forgot about it. I'll do a save when I get inside the ship as well. Probably makes most sense to do a gravity jump here. Oh yeah, you don't have to. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so I think all the online stuff is... I think all the online stuff is great. But on a personal level, I think the thing that I'm most looking forward to about the game coming back is just soaking in the atmosphere again. Suppose I will go back to the ship and refill, and then I won't run out again. Is it coming out on PC this time? I don't know. Nobody knows yet. They basically They got the rights to the IP back from Sony. I think it only just happened. I think they announced it more or less as soon as it happened. So... if I drop down here, I'll be able to get back up, yeah, by wall jumping. Okay. Yeah, they only just got the IP back from Sony, so I don't think they know what platform it's going to be on yet. The lack of a peeing mechanic makes it not a Strand-like, yeah, I suppose so. No, Tomorrow Children was PS4. It was PS4. All the RT Luddites, you mean ray tracing? The Tomorrow Children, we're talking about the Tomorrow Children. I talked about it in the Death Stranding review. The servers were shut down. But the developers got the rights back from Sony, so they're going to bring the game back. Okay, gotta do a gravity jump. This one, I have to say, this one did turn out to be a bit different than I expected. I thought it was going to be a freebie after getting the gravity suit so early, but as usual, I probably missed something somewhere. That would have made this 10 times easier. Okay, if I just stand here, I'll be a little bit higher up. Glad to hear it, Dominic. Hope your thing turns out well. I'm not liable if it doesn't. God damn, how do I keep fucking this up? Is that it? I don't think I got it. I think I missed it again. Oh, I got it. Okay. You need to... So for anybody who doesn't know how that trick works, you have to actually... It's a bit weird. You have to press start to pause the game. And then while the game is fading out, you have to jump as late as possible to get the maximum amount of effect out of the gravity suit. What does Matthew think about Resi 4 VR removing Lewis's joke about Ashley's ballistics? I think it's stupid. Absolutely stupid. Is the overtime scene gone as well, or what? I think the overtime scene in particular, if that's gone, that's ridiculously stupid. Because Leon fucking turns her down. You know what I mean? It's gone? Jesus Christ. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's stupid. It's really stupid. The overtime scene is just like completely cut or what? That's ridiculous, man. This is so ridiculous. Leon's a professional, yeah. Well, it's called professional on hard, you know? So is Ghosts and Goblins, by the way, the old Ghosts and Goblins games. I think there's a couple other games. I think maybe Shinobi is professional on hard as well. Cuts right to Ashley asking who Ada is. Jesus. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, I could see a developer... first of all, the game is what it is, and they should just release it as it is, you know? I could see a developer thinking to themselves that, you know, we don't want the ballistic scene in, and saying, yeah, let's not do that. Okay, I don't think that, you know, if it's in the game and somebody else comes along and ports it somewhere, they shouldn't remove it. That's stupid. I can understand, you know, not having the ballistics thing in your game because it's cheesy and, you know, whatever, right? But the overtime thing is just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. I don't even understand why somebody who is more prudish or whatever would want to come along and cut that. I don't get it. Can't get myself in that headspace. It's funny to me, it's completely uncensored for gore. Yeah. Jesus. I'm not going to be able to get... Okay, there's 2 items here that I can get. I'm not going to be able to get that speed booster item though, unless one of these is speed booster. Mikami must be fuming. I doubt he's fuming, to be honest with you. Probably just baffled. It's not like it's particularly important to the game, you know? But it's just such a weird... Oh, look at that. Alright, it worked out for once. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a Capcom thing. They should have just said no, though. I don't know why they wouldn't. Well, too much money on the table, I suppose. Sure, they had a lot of money to throw at it. Good seed, bad seed. This was a okay seed, yeah. Now, what has this opened up? This has opened up the Variasuit. I think so. I don't know how to pick up that item, actually. This opens up the rest of Meridia. Yeah, I think I know the best place to go now, though. This opens up the bubbles. I'm gonna go save here. I've been keeping up with the GTA trilogy debacle. I saw a little bit of footage from it or something. Yeah, it looks bad. I don't know, is anybody surprised? Is anybody even surprised at this point? I think I saw a trailer for it when they announced it or something. It looks like it's made in The Sims. What do you think about the gameplay of Resident Evil VR? I'm not strapping a Facebook thing to my face, so I'm never going to find out. You call it the Fortnite shader. Yeah, I suppose it does look a bit like Fortnite, yeah. Wait, am I going the right way? What was I thinking again? Yeah, I'm on track, I think. Oh, there's also that other room. Yeah, I should have gone this way. Oh, I can't now. I can't. Okay. Well, I just won't save. I should have gone back to near the start of the game because I got both Wave Beam and Speed Booster, which opens up the only two things I didn't pick up in that direction. So, that would have been... that would have made sense. Silly Matt, you mean Meta, not Facebook. That's the name of the app now, not the parent company. Oh yeah, well, you know how I feel about Meta. I haven't tried Fortnite. I think you could definitely make an argument that I should. Considering that I make videos about what games are like. But at the same time, don't think I'd enjoy it, so... I know I can go do Croc, by the way. But there's more items out this way, so I just want to do this first. Actually... yeah, I should go do Croc first, actually. There's really no reason not to. I should have just stopped in there. Because the Croc thing is basically like a little loop where you just loop back around on yourself to get out of it. It's kind of like its own little self-contained part of the map. So there's no reason not to do this now, because I'm just going to be coming back out here when I'm done. It's kind of interesting. It really is its own little self-contained area. I wonder how many parts of the map can be broken down like that. Probably one of the few places in the game with only one. I think that's the only entrance and exit, that door right there. There's not really a lot of places in the game like that. Even Norfair, you can come out through a different elevator, I think. Can't you? There's two elevators. It's kind of an entrance and an exit. Rat Jackson says, what a cute alien, I hope nothing bad happens to him. Yeah. Look away, kids! By the way, I always forget to say stuff like this, so I just want to say thanks for tuning in. I don't have a view count up right now, but based on the chat, I'm guessing the views are probably somewhere around 100 or 200 people or something. I don't know. I'm just grateful that I just stream with no notice in the middle of the night and a bunch of people watch. So thanks for tuning in. I always think I think to myself when I'm done streaming, I think, I should say something like that when I'm streaming, and then it just totally slips my mind every time when I am. Oh, thanks. 141. There you go. I don't know. I'm saying thanks. I suppose I'm grateful that. I don't know. I'm just grateful that there's people who are interested in what I have to say, because I assume part of the reason, or like a large part of the reason, most of you tune in is because of the videos, and so that's why I get asked so many questions and stuff. So I suppose that's what I'm grateful for. Just that anybody gives a shit, How parasocial of you. Yeah, I won't make a habit of it. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to, yeah. You don't watch any other streamers. Well, thank you. I was thinking about it the other day. I was thinking about the little development videos I made, And I'm just lucky to have... You just drop these videos on a second channel, and I haven't even tweeted them out or done anything with them, and they have a bunch of views. So, it's just nice. Yeah, I still remember the Kamiya dream, yeah. I can still kind of picture it in my head and everything, just because it became such a thing after that. Normally you wouldn't remember a dream so vividly later, but... Because the anecdote itself took on a life of its own. I can still kind of picture it. Right, I don't know... Look at that, that's actually a sloped tile. Look at that. So even though it's just a random part of a wall that nobody would ever really have any reason to stand on, it's not just that the decal over the tile is sloped. The actual underlying collision thing is sloped as well. I'm guessing that is as well. Yeah, it is. Thanks, Max. Thanks to everybody. I'm sure I missed a lot of nice comments there. Thank you, everybody. Maybe I can get a speed boost here if there's enough runway. I don't know. No. I really don't want to leave that item on the table because... Oh yeah, you're right. I missed that one as well before, didn't I? Thank you again, Dean. I missed this one on a previous playthrough. Nothing useful though. If it was grappling hook or something. I need grapple or high jump. The only way I'm going to get this thing is with a speed boost. Still, unless I... No, I still don't have regular morph ball bombs. So I can't bomb jump. Maybe if I build... Maybe if I get enough speed and hit the ramp just right. Even without high jump. I don't know, I'm not seeing it. There's no water to gravity jump. These things fuck up any attempt at a speed boost, although I can do this. Nah, it's not even close though. Although I do sometimes fuck that up. Playing Bayonetta, sometimes the crow spear just doesn't work. Has it happened to you? It takes one pip of magic. Maybe that's what's causing you the problem. You have to have at least one magic thing. That's why it can be worth equipping the one that automatically refills 2 magic slots, so you don't have to think too hard about whether you have one or not. Thank you, Meti. I appreciate that. I think I'm just gonna have to leave this item here. I'm not seeing how I get it. Yeah, I'm very happy with how that video turned out, and so I don't mind trudging it up at all. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to speed boost out of here. This is amazing. Just that there's this alternate way out of the room because I have speed booster. So I had screw attack up there, but no easy way of getting it because I don't have grapple. And it's not a necessary pickup anyway, unless there's something locked behind that guy who only... No, it's space jump that he checks for, right. What's this room again? Is this the speed boost room? No, it's not. Don't think I want to go this way. Yeah, I talked about it a lot, Seb, earlier. So I don't want to rehash it for anybody who's watching the whole time, but I mostly ended up talking about a lot of stuff that I didn't like in it. But I think it was a good game overall. I think most Metroid fans are happy with it, and I think they have good reasons to be. I think I liked it a bit less than most people, but still think it was a good game. Yeah, I could get the Varia in Meridia. I will check that in a minute. I forget if it's possible to do this thing without high jump. I just realized how annoying it's going to be to get over there. I don't think it's possible without high jump. Even if I go pick up Varia, it's not going to help me progress here. So where would it help me progress? I could probably take an alternate route. Yeah, I could take an alternate route over to that side. I can't believe this one has turned out to be so convoluted. So where am I going? If I go this way, it's kind of an annoying room. Oh, there's an item over here that I should check first. I can get this one. Just missiles. Okay. Okay. I have an option here. I can either go back and try and get the Varia suit, or I can try and do this awkward jump coming out of this room. I'll try this a couple of times. Yeah. The thing is, when I get this, I'm probably going to end up getting hit by the plant. Oh, that was close. It was close. Don't exit the screen. Okay, I'll try that. You know I don't have high jump though, right? Yeah, I don't think I can get this without... I don't think you can get it from the same screen without high jump. Okay, it makes more sense to go pick up Varia and then try and get into this from the other side. Yeah, I've done it once, Hoth. I did it once before on a previous stream, but I don't like it. It's one of my least favorite tricks that I've pulled off so far. I just think it's very arbitrary having to know the timing of the door transition. I think I'm going the right way here. When did I pick up Speed Booster as well? Because now I can progress further in Meridia in general with the Speed Booster. Am I supposed to get my charge here? I can, yeah, I can. Don't know if this is how you're supposed to do it, but... Shit. I was only a little bit off there. Ah! What am I doing? 6 AM? I took a nap and fucked up my sleep, so... I think I must have slept poorly because I woke up and I just wasn't... I couldn't really think. I sat down to work. I got a little bit done, but I couldn't really think. So I decided to take a nap. And here I am. Look at me now. Look at me now. Okay. Further into Meridia or back? I think I want to go back. Don't like Meridia, and it's not far from... I'm not far from getting back to that bubble place where there's... 1, 2... How many items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... At least 5 items I can pick up this way. I think it's possible to get into this the other way. I think. Where am I actually going? Where do I think I'm going here? Let's find out. Let's just explore a little bit. That way leads down to Croc, but maybe also where I want to go. Yeah, look. I think Nintendo has become too complacent recently. I think that they... I mean, probably if you look at the N64 offering, that's not so good, you know. I was hoping that it would at least have accurate emulation on it, but it doesn't. So I don't know how they expect people to pay for that. So that certainly seems like complacency, yeah. Just don't get it. I think that system... I don't know, maybe I just put too much stock on it, you know? I'm happy to pay for that stuff. Seems like a lot of people aren't. But I'd at least want accurate emulation, you know? This isn't where I'm going. So if they got the GBA and the N64 on there with good emulation, you're looking at a decent library, you know? You can argue about GameCube as well. That should probably be on there now by this point as well. How many... It's interesting to think. Between the SNES... So, on the Wii... The Wii was when the Virtual Console started, right? The SNES... How many intermediary generations were there? There's the SNES, the N64, the GameCube, and then the Wii. So there's 2 in-between consoles, and then on the Wii... Well, actually, on the Wii there was N64 as well, wasn't there? There was N64 emulation on the Wii, right? So there was really just a 1 console gap there. The only thing it didn't emulate was the GameCube, which it ran anyway. It ran kind of natively, right? So if the same thing was going on today, now it's understandable why the Switch doesn't play Wii U games, because it's a different media, different format and all. If the same thing was going on today, then the Switch would play Wii U games and it would emulate everything up to the Wii. Now, I'm not saying that that's necessarily technically feasible or whatever, but I don't know. It goes to show that the offering just isn't keeping pace with time, is it? You know? Most Wii U games are ported anyway. That's true, but I don't begrudge them for not playing them natively. In fact, I think not only did the format change, right? So they went back to cartridges, but I'm pretty sure the whole architecture changed as well. Because the Wii U was Power PC architecture, and the Switch is ARM, I think. ARM, I'm not sure whether people call it ARM or not, but ARM. So that's a big change right there. So it's understandable why you don't get that backwards compatibility. And then I suppose if the Wii U was backwards compatible with the Wii... I don't know. It's probably kind of like... It's kind of like what happened with the PS3, where the architecture changed. The architecture between the PS3 and the PS4 was so different that you kind of can't blame them. Now, you can blame Sony for, you know, not thinking ahead when they made the PS3 in the first place. But you can't really blame them for how it turned out you know, in the PS4 era where they couldn't play that stuff natively. It's kind of like that, but a less extreme version of it, I imagine. I don't know. Anyway, if it was as robust as the Wii, then you'd be looking at least GameCube games on the Virtual Console. This makes Meridia less of a headache anyway. This opens up that item down at Crocs as well. I'd kind of like to do another seed, but I'm not convinced this one is a freebie yet. What am I missing? I'm missing... Ideally, I would want Ice Beam. I'm gonna go back to that Croc thing. I'm missing a bunch of stuff at the start as well. A few Powerbomb locked things at the start. Ideally, I'd want Ice Beam and then Screw Attack, but you don't even need Screw Attack to beat the game. What is it I'm really missing here? Ice Beam. I don't think there's anything else that's necessary to finish the game that I'm missing. I think based on the backlash that thing got, the N64 thing, I'm more amenable to this idea. Oh, that was important to go back for. I'm more amenable to the idea of... Is amenable the right word here? I don't know. I'm more amenable to the idea of paying for this shit than most people seem to be, you know? But it's just, I'm not going to pay for poor emulation. I'm just not, you know? If you're going to offer it to me, give me a good version of the game. That's the least you can do, you know? Oh yeah, screw attack is over here as well, so that's... I get that now as well. I think we can call this one done. I think I have enough energy in me to start a new one, rather than continuing this one. Space jump. Boat suits. I still don't have regular morph ball bombs, so I could get myself locked in somewhere, but seems pretty unlikely at this point with spring ball and space jump. I suppose you don't know what you don't know, so where's next? Where's next? I got the most awkward items out of Meridia, so I'll go... Although I don't have grapple beam, so I'll have to fight Dragon the proper way. Could go down and kill Ridley. Where else do I want to go? I'll just fight Dragon the proper way. It's going to be easy with gravity and this many super missiles and stuff. There's a couple items back near the start that I didn't get. I can think of at least 5 items I haven't picked up in the early game. I haven't played any of the Toho games except the Luna Nights one. Which doesn't really count, does it? I've chipped away a little bit at the shmup genre over the years. I'm not quite as ignorant about it as I used to be, but I would still say generally not one that I'm very familiar with. Radargy? No, I haven't played it. Oh, there's a Toho game like Twinkle Star Sprites. That's cool. If you were to dedicate yourself to 1cc or shmup, what would you pick? Giga Wing would be a good one, yeah. Because I like that it's relatively... I think as a starting point for me it makes sense, because it's relatively gimmick free. and it's not... I've beaten it, I haven't done a 1cc, but from what I remember, it's not too crazy at the end. It gets pretty bullet hellish, but only right on the last boss, you know, the last boss or two. So I like that one. I like Zero Ranger a lot. It's got a cool life system as well, which means that maybe you kind of say I kind of have 1cc'd it, because if you want to get the proper ending, you kind of have to, which is pretty cool. But it's pretty lenient with lives and stuff, you know? Oh, the deflection. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed using that against, like, bigger enemies and stuff. It's good. I played, there's a couple of... It's not really a series, but there's a couple that are similar. Like Mars Matrix, I played a little bit of that. I'd really like to play Radiant Silvergun, but I've never had the opportunity. Is it only on the Saturn, or is there an arcade version of that? I think the weapon system in that seems really cool. But yeah, if I was gonna pick one, probably something like Gigawing. I quite like UN Squadron as well. On the SNES. I've played a fair bit of that one, but I find it very difficult. I'm not that great at shmups. I feel like I would have been a lot better at them as a kid, or if I had just played more of them as a kid and kind of developed that part of my brain early or something. I feel like I was much better at that, you know, like playing Time Splitters multiplayer and watching fucking 3 or 4 screens at the same time. Nowadays, I'm not sure I could do that, you know? Silvergun was in arcades. Yeah, I'd really like to play Silvergun. Although, I think it has the same problem as Ikaruga, where it has a scoring system that I don't like. I think it has basically the same chain system. There's my regular bombs. They were locked away pretty far, huh? I'm glad I didn't miss them. Somewhere. So I now know that I took a fairly decent route through. I mean, there's a lot of meandering, but I don't think I actually did screw myself out of anything. High jump. I still don't know where high jump is. It's possible that I missed high jump on that. That's what fucked me over. But maybe I just did this one more or less how I was supposed to. I don't need high jump at this point, though. Oh, charge beam. But I don't think you need charge beam to beat the game if you have enough super missiles. So I'm not sure that's necessary. I want to start another seed because I feel like this one it was a bit slow going in the beginning and it was kind of unsatisfying. Kind of an unsatisfying start to it. But I want to make sure I've actually finished it first, you know. So I think I don't need high jump. I clearly don't need high jump. But it's possible I need charge beam. Yeah, it should always be beatable, although I think I turned off... There's like some kind of protection thing where it modifies the map slightly to make it harder to soft lock yourself, and I think I turned that off. So it's possible that I'll mess up and not be able to finish the seed because I didn't think ahead. Why do you dislike Ikaruga's scoring system? I hear most people speak highly of that scoring system. I just don't like it. I think it's not what I want out of a shmup. Let me just put it that way. I can see how if you're... See, I think Ikaruga is one of the most hardcore shmups out there. It's one that everybody knows, but actually I think if you're going to play it at the level that Treasure designed it at, then... Oh, fuck. Can I kill these with power bombs? Oh, screw attack maybe. Yeah, okay. If you're going to play it at the level Treasure expected, then it's kind of a whole different... What the fucking hell? Just jump again. I don't know. Do you know how it works? I just don't think it's good. You basically, you have to shoot 3 enemies of the same color. And if you... And then you get a sort of chain bonus, right? So you can shoot 3 black enemies and then 3 more black enemies and then swap to doing 3 white enemies and 3 white enemies again, right? So it doesn't have to be just 3 and then you swap every time, right? But it has to be a multiple of 3. And it's just a very weird arbitrary rule to put on the game, that you have to just kill 3 of each opponent before you are allowed to kill a different opponent. And if I remember right, that's pretty much it. That's the whole, like, that's the crux of the scoring system, because as soon as the chain drops, you're basically earning pennies again, you know, as soon as the chain drops. So a lot of shmups have stuff like that where, you know, the second you fuck up, then your score is just going to take a massive decline. You know, the second you don't do something that you were supposed to, your score takes a massive decline. In a way, that kind of doesn't matter. This is a whole other topic, right? In a way, that kind of doesn't matter, because it kind of doesn't matter how much your score falls off, because if you're thinking about what a perfect player will achieve, then their score, it doesn't matter if their score drops a lot or a little. It's still not perfect, you know what I mean? But it kind of does, in terms of how it actually feels to you when you're playing it. And also just, you know, assuming nobody ever gets a perfect score, it also kind of dictates who ends up where on the scoreboard, you know? But yeah, it's Ikaruga's scoring system is all about killing 3 enemies and then swapping and killing 3 more enemies of a different color. And I don't know, again, I can see how if you're really good at shmups and you love them all, that maybe it is actually the best system, because it's because it really rewards precision, you know? I could just go and look at a good score. Someone who's playing Ikaruga who knows how to play it on the first level. There's a bit where all these small ships come in before these 2 big ships come in on the right and the left. And if you want your score, if you want to keep your chain there, you have to really precisely move in front of all the ships and pick them off. Tap, 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 tap. So it's kind of cool, but it's not really what I want to do when I'm playing a shmup. Maybe though. I'm not convinced my arcade stick is good, or it's the right one for me. It feels too imprecise or something. Like, that seems like that would be very hard to do with the arcade stick that I have, which is unfortunate. So, will I start up a new one? Tempted to start up a new one at this point. I'm going to save either way. Not going to guarantee I'll complete another seed or like bring it close to completion or whatever, but... What's left for this one? I can go to Norfair and then I can go clean up the last few bits that I didn't get. It's not even the way I want to go. You have to count the number of it. Now, usually they'll come in some kind of multiple of 3, but sometimes they won't. So you have to constantly count the number of enemies that you've killed. I could be wrong about that, actually. They might always come in multiples of 3, but the screen can kind of flood with 18 white enemies and then, you know, 18 black ones or something, but it's, yeah. They end up liking Dread's art style and visuals. I wouldn't say I liked them, but I don't think they were terrible either. I still think Super Metroid has a better atmosphere, cultivates a better atmosphere. I think there's definite benefits to the 2.5D style. You know, for example, the way Samus animates, it's very hard to imagine that looking so smooth. All those like contextual animations, it's very hard to imagine them being possible with a sprite-based game. Things like that, you know? So it utilizes it well in some ways. Yeah. I like the new suit. I think the new suit is cool. Oh, I don't have charge beam, so I don't think I can damage this guy at all, can I? Until he spits stuff up at me. Oh, he takes regular missile damage. Oh, right, yeah, it does that. it doesn't hurt them. Okay. Do I have wave beam? I do, right? It's switched on. Okay. Whatever's in there could actually help me. Nope. Just need to abuse the shit out of screw attack, it looks like. Can't read much of the chat right now, but someone says Dread feels good to play. Yeah, I really like how it feels to play. I'd probably be way more up for playing it if I just didn't have to talk to Adam all the fucking time. Just a little bit less linearity. A little bit less linearity. No forced Adam conversations. That would have been enough to make it very replayable to me. Because I think that the way it feels is already there. Plasma, not a bad pickup. I think this is just a missile refill, but that wouldn't hurt. Oh, it's an energy, okay. You can speed through the Adam dialogue, and there is a neat amount of sequence breaking. It's definitely better than Samus Returns, that much I can agree on, but no, I don't agree on either of the other points. I don't think the sequence breaking is particularly impactful, at least from what I did of it, which maybe there's stuff I don't know about, but I don't think it's particularly impactful. You can say that you can sequence break, and it's technically true, but it just doesn't actually open up much, and there's not really any reason to do it, you know? And the Adam thing, there is no speeding through that. There's no way. I think this was one thing that struck me about playing Dread. I was thinking in my head, you know, most people are probably just not even going to see a problem with Adam because the game is so hands-off most of the rest of the time anyway, you know? And people have just gotten so used to everything being so bogged down with tutorialization and menus and pop-ups and bullshit that Dread is actually way ahead of the curve on that front. It's way better than most games, you know? So maybe I shouldn't even really be that annoyed, but the thing is, the Adam shit is just pointless. Like, it's no reason for it to be there. It's crap, you know? And there's no way to make it fast. Yeah, you can mash through the dialogue, but Samus is still going to turn to look at the camera and then turn again, and like that's not fast by my definition anyway, you know? I could never qualify that as fast, no matter how fast you can skip through the text. It's the mere fact that you are forced to endure those animations and the text boxes that you have to mash through and everything. It's too slow. It's too much. It's so, you know, Dread in general does feel great, and I agree with most people on that. And I'm really glad it turned out that way. But I think as well, it also feels really bad when you walk in, you're running along, you can be having a fucking speed boost through a room and everything, and then you come into the next room and it's just bump, doors are locked. You have to now come to a complete standstill and stand on a pad and wait for the pad to recede into the ground, then wait for Samus to look at the camera, then wait for Samus to turn around, then wait for Samus to slowly stick her thing into the slot, then wait for Adam to start talking, then mash through all the Adam text boxes, then wait for Samus. I don't get it. I don't get why it's in the game. Well, I do get why. I know why it's in the game. It's because they were afraid people would get stuck without it. They don't want people to get stuck. Yeah, that's all I'm asking for. So, RH54321 says, an option to disable Adam rooms after the first playthrough would be nice. I'd be totally fine with that. I think that's the best compromise. If somebody at Nintendo is adamant that, no, we have to have these things in here because people are going to get stuck otherwise. Fair enough, alright, whatever. You know, you're putting however many millions into this game. You want to make sure your customers are happy. I can get it, right? I can get where they're coming from to a large extent, right? I'm not totally devoid of empathy, right? But why not just an option, right? When you finish the game. I couldn't believe when I booted up hard mode that you were still locked into those things. There's a playthrough that you can only get after beating normal mode. And, you know, it still has those things. Why not? Because, again, see, this is one of the things, I said it in my Ocarina of Time review. It's one of the things that I would change now if I could go back and say it. I said that, you know, putting options into games is easy, more or less was what I said, right? Now, I know it's more nuanced than that, because they all have to be tested and all that kind of stuff, and even just putting a fucking checkbox in a menu, you know, it's annoying, right? Like, personally, I don't want to have to put together any more options than are really necessary for whatever I'm working on, right? But at the same time, it should, you know, you can at least take it out of the player's hands on hard mode and just say, we're just going to have a thing here which is automatically set on hard mode that you don't have to talk to Adam, you know? Anybody confused about what's happening here? I have no charge beam, and I'm pretty sure that Ridley can only be hurt by super missiles or charge beam. So I have to make sure that I have enough super missiles. Oh, you can be hurt by regular missiles and power bombs as well, actually, yeah. So I have to make sure that I have enough to damage him to death. I think it takes 30 super missiles to kill him, but I'm probably going to whiff a few, so I'm probably going to want about 40. Yeah, 30, yeah. So yeah, I get why there's not an option there, but I don't know why hard mode has to have it as well, you know? I don't know. Nearly there. I'd say I'll hit most of my shots. I'll hit at least 50% of them. If I run out of ammo here... It's kind of interesting that Ridley doesn't have a way of getting ammo back when most bosses do. Is it most? Most do. Phantoon, Kraid... maybe not Dragon. And the mini-bosses as well. The statue guy. Okay, let's leave it at that. think that's all the boss is gone, isn't it? So from what I can remember, there's about 5 items at the start of the game that I didn't get. I don't think there's any point to continuing this seed, because all that's left is Mother Brain. I have loads of missiles. Can't imagine it being a problem. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Whatever, I'm in the driver's seat here. I am leaning towards doing a new one. I suppose I'll get to a save point. It's nice to have a save, isn't it? Save point here. I'm gonna start up a new seed. It's what I'm in the mood to do, so I'm gonna do it. If you don't want to watch, that's your problem. Alright. Okay, let's do a new one. It's not that weird to not finish it. Once you play them for a while, because it's always the same. At the end, it's always the same. Whereas the appeal of the randomizer is getting something different, you know. So once that part's run out of juice, what's the point? I think I talked about Rebuild on a previous stream. I wasn't a fan. I really wanted to come around on it. You know? I remember not liking the third part, or the second part, really. But I thought the third part, at least, over the years, I thought, you know, maybe when I watch this again, because it feels like there's something to it. You know, it feels like there's something there that I'm just... feels like there's something there. But then I watched it again and I don't know. There's definitely good things about it, you know? Like there's parts of all the films that I like, but I don't know. I think the big problem is just that the characters just don't feel as fleshed out. I'm not sure. It's hard to get yourself into that mentality, you know? Because I have seen the original, but I'm just not sure that I would care about them as much as I do if I hadn't seen the original. I'm gonna do the same as last time. I'm gonna try this once. It's very easy to die. Even if I get up onto the ledge, it's very easy to die to the boulders, but give it a try anyway. Nope, think I missed it. Oh, I got it. Nice. Okay, that makes the run back a little bit less worrisome. That too? Alright. Well, you can't really complain about 2 energy tanks at the start of the game. I just have to get out of this. I watched Odd Taxi. Thought that was good. I think that's an original anime. Probably old news to everybody by this point, but I don't think it was a manga. Interesting. Okay, I can think of a couple of things that this opens up now. Okay, gotta get out the hard way. Oh, first try. What's the average age of your audience? I don't know. You a Mamoru Oshii fan? I don't know if I could classify myself as a fan, but I like what I've watched. He did Angel's Egg, right? Angel's Egg and Ghost in the Shell and stuff. My opinion on RNG, using RNG in games, I think you need to be a bit more specific than that, because I think it depends on the game and what it's going for, you know? It's good in some places and it's bad in others. It's like anything else. I tend not to like it in something which is a score attack game, right? Because then you're kind of kicking the legs out from underneath the whole competitive conceit, which is that everybody starts off on the same, you know, level playing field. But in other places it can be good, like this randomizer, right? This uses randomness to good effect, I would say. That's interesting that I can't actually get in there because I just don't have super missiles. It's the only thing I'm lacking. Okay. Well, I saved just there. I don't really like doing this thing when I'm on low health, but let's give it a go. It's very low health to be doing this. I am probably gonna die here. Probably. Can't actually get any further. Actually, I can't do this at all. I have no way back out now. There's no way in or out because I'd need regular morph ball. I'd need more power bombs than I have, or I'd need morph ball bombs to have enough bombs to get out. So, can't do it. There's the super missiles. It's kind of tempting to go back the other way now just to do a different route at the beginning, but probably still better off going this way. But I could go and I think technically I could get into the wrecked ship with this setup. Could definitely get the item before the wrecked ship. 2 items. Hey Olignas. Been doing okay. Don't know what to work on today, so I stream. That's usually how it is when I'm streaming. I wish I had a new... Somebody got a suggestion. I wish I had a new big system to work on. I can't think of anything that I'm really lacking. But I'd really like to just have a fresh set of problems to open up rather than trying to, you know, chip away at the few little annoying bits of the problems I already have. I've mostly done shaders and particle emitters is most of what I've worked on since the last update video or thing on the blog. But I've also refined the state machine stuff a bit more as well. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Suppose I could show that off in an update video as well. But just anything that's left over is annoying now at this point. And not really necessary, you know, in terms of just gonna get a game prototyped and, you know, good enough. I don't know what else I need. The dating system, yeah, I haven't done that yet. Try working on parallax scrolling. That is one of the ideas that occurred to me. Yeah, there is no parallax yet. But I don't think it's going to be that hard. I think that's one of the things that Game Maker is going to help out with a good bit. Time to start on level design. It might be, yeah, it might be. Enemy design. I only have one enemy right now. I have ideas for other ones, of course, but... You always seem to stream on the release day of games I expect you to be busy playing. This time it's SMT5. Well, I would like to play it. I probably will buy the Switch version. Perfect timing on that, stopping that dash at exactly the right time. If I started on AI, I haven't, but for the kind of game that I'm making, I'm not convinced that's going to be much of a problem. I have kind of set it up, I've done some work around it, kind of, where I've made it so that enemies can reuse many of the same systems, and I just... Basically, I'm going to have a dedicated place in the Game Maker kind of architecture. You know, I'm going to have like a dedicated event where I can just plop in the AI for the character and allow him to make decisions for stuff, you know? And it can be independent of how the collisions work or whatever else. So I think that's set up in a pretty nice way right now. I've done something a little bit weird. I don't know if anybody else has done this with Game Maker. It's kind of contorting Game Maker a little bit. But so it might have like a little bit of overhead on it, but it seems very flexible and good. I basically broke the step event up into many sub-steps that don't need to know about each other, you know? How did I get this to work last time? I want it off screen. Okay, it worked. I'm not sure why though. How do you feel about the fact that people are already emulating SMT5 at 60 FPS when the game runs sub 30? Personally, it doesn't matter to me. I have no personal investment in it, right? Because I'm not Nintendo, you know. So it's not like it hurts me. I've never emulated a Switch game, right? And I don't think I would, like, even if I bought a physical copy of SMT5, I don't think that I would go and emulate it, you know. I think I would just play it on the Switch, just for stability, and, like, there's always little things that aren't right with emulated games, especially so early in the emulation thing. But yeah, it's a problem. You can't really deny it's a problem, you know. For Nintendo, I mean, and for Atlas and stuff, or for anybody releasing a big Switch exclusive game, that the emulation is so good for it already. Yeah, I don't know, because you kind of have to face facts that I buy games, right? I like to buy games and support developers, and I'm not saying this because I am a developer now. I think it's clear I've always been that way, right? I like, you know, if I'm going to spend my money on something, I like for it to be a game, right? Because I like to support that kind of stuff. But regular consumer, it's kind of hard to make the argument that, yeah, here, just pay for a worse experience than you would get if you emulated it. You know, it's a problem. That's all I really know. I'm not really personally invested in it because I'm not going to be doing any Switch emulation myself. You know, I'm all right with it. The thing is, I know the game is going to be all right. on the Switch. Like, maybe the resolution's not going to be as good, and maybe the frame rate's not going to be as good, but I don't think that's going to matter so much for Shin Megami Tensei. But yeah, it's a problem. I don't know what else to say about it beyond that, though. At the same time, so it's a problem. At the same time, if you buy a copy of a game, you know, I don't see anything wrong with playing the emulated version of it to get a better experience like that. I can't see how that's... If there's an argument for why that's a moral injustice somehow, I don't see it, you know? So... Developers. Yeah. Spin. True, the average Switch owner probably doesn't have a PC good enough. Neither do I, actually. I don't think I actually could emulate better than the Switch. Maybe it's maybe the emulation is even better than I think, but no, I don't think that I could emulate even if I wanted to. But yeah, there's that. Yeah, the hardware problem. It'd be interesting if the Steam Deck does Switch emulation. You'd be surprised. Yeah, maybe. It'd be interesting if the Steam Deck does emulation of the Switch at an acceptable level, because then it becomes a real problem. You know what I mean? That's a real problem then. And as well, presumably the emulation developers will target the Steam Deck as, you know, a platform that they're interested in and want to make stable and good and stuff. So yeah, I could get that now, but no point really. I could get through that. Yeah, I can get through this acid place now. It's still not going to be easy or comfortable, but let's do a save first. There's 3 items here. I know one of them is Charge Beam, which is not a bad pickup, and the other 2 could be good. Then if that's... then once I do this, it's just down to Kraid then. As usual. Been kind of zoned out for this run, so I've already forgotten everything I picked up. I think I picked up everything except the Wave Beam and that water room. Hey, come on. I must have pressed the left button too quickly. RetroArch is on Steam, and by default it runs Game Boy games. Yeah. Yeah, emulation isn't illegal. ROMs are, but emulation isn't. I think ROMs are also legal if you back them up yourself. If you own a legal copy of the game. Don't quote me on this. This is not legal advice. But I think ROMs are also legal. They're illegal under certain circumstances, I think, anyway. I think Sony and Nintendo have both tried on various occasions to sue people for emulation, but they've never succeeded. So its legal precedent is pretty clearly established. keep jumping into the air to lay the bombs. I don't need to do that because they're power bombs. Know what I'm doing. Well, neither of these are good. I think it's back to the ship, then down to Kraid, right? Might as well. Seems like the path of least resistance. Your opinion on what should or shouldn't be emulated? I don't know. I like to support developers, so I think games coming out and being pirated right away, it's, you know, it's not nice. I talked a little bit about Elden Ring. I feel like there's probably more to say, but I don't know what to say. It's not cool, man. Yeah, it's not cool. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to catch me defending the GTA quote-unquote definitive edition, or, you know, any other botched remake you can think of. You're not going to catch me defending that shit. So, yeah. I'm not sure I ever knew that you could just press the A button to come out a morph ball like that. It's weird, I do have pretty conflicting feelings about Elden Ring, because I think there's a decent chance it's going to be... pretty decent chance it's going to be my favourite thing they've made since Bloodborne, at least. But, I don't know, I think the world looks kind of dull. I just think it's become abundantly clear that, you know, they're just doing the same things over and over again with the Maiden and like the flask and everything, you know. I don't know. It just makes me... I just imagine that I wouldn't really give a shit about the world in the way that I might have in past games, you know? I think they did a great job with it in Bloodborne and stuff. But the more and more they repeat these things, it's just like, yeah, I've seen this already. And so you call an Estus flask a slightly different thing. I still know it's an Estus flask. I know that, you know, what's it called? The Flask of Crimson Tears or something? I know that it's not like they went, oh yeah, well, you know, the game is about Crimson Tears, and so it's not. They just went, okay, we're gonna have an Estus flask. So, and that's fine, you know, for most games work that way. But it's just, you know, I think that the world is a large part of the selling point for these games, having a cool world that you get dropped into. And I think the more that they repeat these ideas, the less I care about the world, which is not good for the game overall, you know? I'm not convinced the open world in that traditional way is the right fit. Because I think Dark Souls was perfectly fine, the sort of small, interconnected levels. It doesn't matter to me that it doesn't have a big open field or whatever. It's just more about the freedom to go where you're going to go. Kind of like Super Metroid here, you know? It's not... You can argue it's maybe not as big as something like A Link to the Past or whatever. Because A Link to the Past is a bunch of dungeons and an overworld and all that. But that doesn't make A Link to the Past a better game. It doesn't mean A Link to the Past is bad either, right? But I'm totally fine with small interconnected levels. My problem is just that they really got restrictive at points. So I like that this new one seems to allow you to just go anywhere you want and do anything in any order. And I think it matters for the gameplay in a way, because it means that you can go and do things in a different order. Again, kind of like this. But you can go and do things in a different order and have different equipment, and then the game plays slightly differently the next time you play it, you know, because of what equipment you have. So it really matters. But, I mean, I don't expect the horse stuff to be good. I don't expect the stealth to be good. I don't expect most things. Basically anything that they've shown that they can do well, I imagine will be done well, and anything that they haven't will probably just be okay. What do you think about the faster Estus drinking and rolling animations? I don't really mind. I don't think the speed of the game matters that much. It's not necessarily going to make the game better or worse to have it faster or slower, you know what I mean? It's more about how those things are in relation to each other. I don't know how to put it. I think you get what I mean, though. You can have a kind of... I don't know. You can have a committed action game where positioning is very important and stuff like that, but it also happens to be very fast. Or you can have one where it's slow. I'm not convinced that's the big factor, but I imagine most of the bosses are just going to be roll and punish as usual. If that's what you mean. So, yeah, I'm not expecting much on that front. Always relieved when that item turns out to be nothing. don't have regular morph ball bombs, so I can go and do croc, but I'm gonna have the same problem as last time. I might as well though. There's 3 items there. Maybe if one of them turns out to be morph bombs or grapple beam or space jump or even high jump. There's a whole bunch of things that that item could turn out to be that... Wait, I have to do a charge shot. Oh, yeah. Look away, epilepsy warning there. Oh, he's not gonna go? No, I think the older I get, the more those flashing lights affect me. Maybe it's just because it's not on a CRT anymore. I have to say, I find them really annoying in a way I didn't when I was younger. Alright, there we go. So now I can get everything here. Is this the best way to get up here right now? I think I don't have high jump. Don't have space jump. I'm alright, Rama, how are you? Oh, that would have been cool. No. Just barely on that one. Okay. Well, I'd say it was worth coming down there for the bombs anyway. It's hard to believe it's been, what's closing in on 2 years since the Project GG announcement. It seems like COVID had a really bad effect on the industry as a whole. I think we're really seeing it now that we've been in it for a long time. I don't even know what item I want next. Space jump, maybe? Or Varia? I probably should have taken a break between the two runs, because it's easy to get them confused in your head, because for... Not for long, but for a second there I was thinking that Varia is in Meridia. I'm not sure which ones I want to check out first. Will that actually get me? It will. Oh. Here we go. This thing is gonna knock me out of it. Fucking asshole. I don't have high jump. If that jump is possible without high jump, it's very tight. The bomb jump would be way more consistent. It's hard to get under that underhang. Okay, nothing useful there. It might even be worth just dying there rather than taking all this heat damage for no reward. I'll carry on. This thing's probably going to knock me out of it again. Yeah, thanks for the crystal flash reminder, you're right, yeah. I'm not far enough to the left here. I think I got him. Oh yeah, the dislikes are gone. It's amazing how if you're a really big company like that, you can just consistently do things that people don't like and get away with it. It's amazing. Amazing. It's just kind of fascinating. Like, think about the amount of times that YouTube have said we're doing something and everybody has said we don't want you to fucking do that thing. But they do it and they get away with it anyway, you know? Nobody gets sacked or anything like that. They just get away with it. Yeah, I did. It's cool. It's kind of not surprising that there's somebody asked if I saw the cut Alien Soldier content. Someone dredged up some cut content from Alien Soldier. It's not surprising that there's some stuff like that in the game because the original plan was to have 100 bosses, and there's only something like 20 or 30 in the final product. Depends on how you want to count 7 Force. You know, if you want to be generous, the game has about 30, maybe 35 bosses. That's a really unfortunate jump to miss. I need to at least know what these items are. I can crystal flash again. I'm not used to being able to do 2 in a row like that. Usually I don't have enough power bombs. Okay. What am I missing now? I've killed Kraid. I haven't done the wrecked ship. Which I could now because I've got the gravity suit. I could go into Meridia. Which I don't really want to, but it's probably the next... It's the logical next step, really, isn't it? Would you say that Platinum is a mismanaged company? I wouldn't. I just think that what they're doing is not... What they're doing isn't always necessarily what people want them to do, but that doesn't mean they're mismanaged. They've been around for a while now. I think they got started as an indie company, because they are an indie company, essentially. They got started as an indie company at an awkward time. Where it was not so easy to self-publish and stuff like that, you know? So, as far as I can see, the strategy is basically to take projects that are more or less safe, you know, and do a bunch of them, so that if one of them fails, it's not such a big problem. Like, take take on projects with big names like Sega and Nintendo, Microsoft, you know, because Microsoft have never had a Microsoft have never had trouble putting out a game. So I think that it's kind of a risk mitigation thing, which isn't necessarily what people want them to do, but it's. I think it's kind of not what I want them to do either, but I think I want them to go in the opposite direction, right? Like, people want them to go, okay, just put all your money into Bayonetta 3. Put all your eggs in the Bayonetta 3 basket and just make Bayonetta 3 the biggest budget, you know, stupidest, loudest thing you possibly can, you know? But that's... Oh, I can get this item, whatever it turns out to be. That's not the direction I would like to see them go. I mean, I think that it's cool to make big budget games in some cases. You know, The Wonderful 101 is a relatively big budget game, you know? Especially as far as action games go. It's for pure action game, pure 3D action game, I have to imagine that something like The Wonderful 101 is actually on the larger end of things, you know? Probably only eclipsed by maybe the Devil May Cry 4 and 5 or something like that. So, I'm not against big budgets, of course, right? But I would also be happy with stuff on like Beautiful Joe scale, you know? Lock 15 people in a room for 3 years and just let them make a small action game with a cool little twist on it and see what happens. And I could imagine if you do enough of them, that's relatively risk averse as well, you know? So. Can I bomb jump? I can. I think this is just a missile, but might as well check anyway. Make sure I'm right. There's got to be a more efficient way to do this whole area. And I'm thinking it's best to... Yeah, when I get into the next place... Oh, I couldn't shine spark here. Fuck. I think I probably could have done that in the last... The last seed. Did I have speed booster at this point? I think maybe I did. I think it makes more sense to go up here rather than going down straight away. When you go down, you're locked into the sand pit. But there's at least 2 items over this way. And maybe one of them makes that sand pit a little bit less painful, or makes it not really worth worrying about. I suppose it's always worth worrying about because you never know what's there. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's 3 items here. At least 3. No, I'm not gonna play the Radiohead thing. Big fan, but I don't see the point. Thoughts on NFTs? I'm surprised that they just don't make any fucking sense at all. That's the thing that surprises me about it. That people keep talking about them, but they don't actually make any sense, you know? Like, you can own an image, but anybody can freely download and look at that image whenever they want, so who gives a shit, right? They don't make any sense. Everybody talks about NFTs, but they just don't make any sense. They're purely a speculative thing. There is no worth or value to an NFT. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I think it's just trying to trick people into thinking that they do make sense somehow. Like, people are supposed to go, oh, everybody's into these NFTs. I don't get it, but, you know, they must know something that I don't. No, it's just that they actually don't make any fucking sense, you know? If you own an NFT, you do not own an image or a thing that is associated with. You own like a stupid label, which has nothing to do with the actual thing that you are purporting to own, right? You own like a authentication token or some shit. You're supposed to screw attack up here, but I think there's a way to do this. I think I did this, but maybe I had high jump. Isn't the same true of money? Yeah, kind of. But at least with money, you just have the token, right? You don't pretend that the token is some picture of a fucking... I don't know. People make like pogs out of these things, you know? Like, you don't pretend that your money is actually a pog with a unique logo on it, right? You just say that, yeah, the money is money. You know, that's why I have less of a problem with crypto. I still think crypto is kind of... First of all, I want to buy a fucking graphics card, so there's that, you know what I mean? I have less of a problem with crypto because at least it's trying to solve a problem, right? At least there's like a reason or, you know, a rationale somewhere there. These sandpit things are just so fucking unfun. It's unreal. It's unreal. You can see NFTs being used by corporations like EA, where they sell unique items in their games and check the tokens on their servers, something like Amiibo. But they do that already. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily need an NFT for that. You just need a login system, something that authenticates the player's account. Because here's the thing, like, you can go, oh yeah, people will cheat, and, you know, they'll play an offline version of the game with everything unlocked or whatever, right? But the NFT, for if you're playing an online game, say you're playing Second Life or something, and you buy something, and then you go into another player's house, they need to be able to render what you've purchased on screen. So they need to have a copy of the thing that you've made, so it can be rendered on screen. And therefore, they can just copy that, right? And granted, it's going to be more difficult under some circumstances than others, depending on how easy it is to hack the game or whatever. But it doesn't mean that your product is, your thing is any more protected than it would be if it was just something that you bought on the EA shop or whatever. At least that's my understanding. I don't see how it could be any other way, you know? Well, I'm just baffled that so many people are talking about this thing that just clearly doesn't make any fucking sense at all. I think as well the difference with money, so somebody said it's money as well. This is why it's like a speculative thing, you know. I don't know too much about markets, right? So this is not my area of expertise. But your money, with your money, you don't expect it to just magically grow into more money, right? So you don't have an incentive to buy money off someone because you think that it's going to be worth. You know what I mean? It's with the thing, like the reason people are buying these is because they feel like they're going to go up in value. They feel like if they have the NFT for something, it'll be worth more eventually. Because there's no other reason to own it. Ah, oh, this is annoying me. I don't know. I'm really not the right person to talk about this, but as far as I can see, there's no reason for them to exist. They don't actually make any sense. I think I was going through the wrong opening there. Was I? I don't know which one I'm supposed to go through. Try this one. God. Well, I was going to say the right hole, but yeah, I thought maybe I should word that one delicately. I don't really want to go do those other items. I don't know. That's just miserable. Getting those things is just fucking miserable. Why have I not been checking these things? Is there two? There's at least one. Oh, what the? Get the fuck out of the way. Okay, well I don't need more power bombs anyway. Just gonna carry on to Dragon for now. I think I get there. I've got speed booster, yeah, so. Yeah, the click input is a really bad choice for that in Dread. Can kind of understand why you don't want it to be always turned on though, but I don't know. It's pretty hard to actually build it up. You know, the maps are contorted in a way that you're not always going to get it, so it's not like it's going to trip players up all the time. Well, that's an important one, obviously. I forgot what that enemy is like. It has babies or something, doesn't it? If I remember it right. I don't know. It's been a while since I've been in there. I think it's cool that the map has little things like that, though. That there's just this thing sitting in one room that you never see anywhere else. It's kind of cool. Fuck off. Wish I had more ammo going into here, but I think I'll be alright. Oh yeah, I forgot I have the grapple. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Assuming I'll be able to reach it from here eventually. What effect do you think game devs not having time to play many games has? Other mediums like film and music have lower time barrier for creators to explore others' work. Yeah. I think it's probably a problem. Yeah. See if I can get a charge here. I think it's probably a problem, yeah. At the same time, I don't know. I don't know if people actually benefit from going outside their comfort zone as much as we would like to believe. And I mean, I make an effort to play all sorts of different games, and I think I have pretty broad taste, broader than most people when it comes to games. There's all kinds of weird shit that I like, you know, like the Tomorrow Children, for example. You know, not a huge number of Tomorrow Children fans out there, right? But I think I'm not sure. Like, you look at someone like Kamiya, you know, and I'm sure he plays modern stuff that he doesn't talk about, right? Because he must, right? But I think he mostly plays retro stuff, and I'm not sure that his career as a director is any worse for that. Like sometimes I play stuff and I almost wish... It's hard to know what influences people, right? But sometimes I play stuff and I almost wish that the people who made it hadn't played so much stuff. Does that make sense? You know? I feel like there's a... Who knows? Because I'm using... Right, so I just used Kamiya as an example, right? And I don't know to what extent he was involved in Astral Chain, right? I feel like it's probably not that much, but I don't know for sure, right? So maybe I'm totally wrong here, and maybe this is where it comes from, right? But I feel like there's a fair bit of Monster Hunter in Astral Chain, and I'm not sure that the game is better for it, you know? I'm not sure that it's better for that. So maybe it would be better off with less Monster Hunter in it. So yeah, I don't know. It's just a typical response from me, right? I'm going in the opposite direction to the way you were thinking about it, and I'm saying, well, maybe it's... There's, like most things in life, there's probably some kind of balance to be struck, right? There's a balance to find. Yeah, can you elaborate? I could, but I'm not going to. I could, but I'm not going to, because I feel it's an important thing that I would like to word carefully. But let me put it this way: there's like field items in Astral Chain, for example. That's a really obvious thing, where that feels very much like Monster Hunter. That there's just items that you get that things that you pick up that are temporary, you know, like the stuff you're supplied with at the start of a hunt in a Monster Hunter game. So that's one example, but that's not really what I'm thinking of. Wall jumping off the left wall is easier. Oh yeah. Thank you, SAX. Wow, spooky. Thank you. Refuses to elaborate. I would like to save some of my insights for if I ever, you know, I would like to save some insights, that's all. So yeah, I think it's not like I'm gonna hoard it forever, hoard this thought forever, but I just want to think about it a bit more before I, you know. But yeah, I think that's something that's in that game, and I don't know that it's improved by it, you know. At the same time, I do think it's something that makes it a little bit different from most Platinum games, which is good in a way, you know. I don't want anybody to be stuck making the same game forever. A lot of games aren't gamey enough. Yeah, I agree. I think I feel that more strongly than a lot of people, because I mean that's kind of what I was getting at the start of this. What is it, like 4 hours, right? So go back 4 hours or something when I was talking about the Shine Spark camera in Dread. It's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, I don't know a better way to phrase it, but it kind of takes away the gameness of the game. For me, at least, it's detrimental to that somehow, in a way which is really hard to articulate and hard to argue, impossible to argue maybe, because it's not really something that makes any sense. I don't think it can be argued logically that it actually makes it, because it just, objectively speaking, it just doesn't have any kind of negative impact on what the player is doing, you know. So it's a pretty hard sell. But I found it interesting that I found myself feeling that way anyway. Somehow. Can I say I just like cameras that don't do anything? You know? The less the camera does, the better, I think. Well, within limits. I think when I say stuff like that, I'm thinking about 2D games or a game like The Wonderful 101 with the isometric fixed perspective that's designed to not be moved, right? When you get into games where you're on the ground and you need to actually be able to see things around you, it's a whole different ball game, right? So don't know what the fastest way out here is. I think I got everything in Meridia now. I think. First person, yeah, that's obviously a whole different thing. Oh, I didn't get the second set of stuff in the sand pit, did I? Yeah, you're right, Savok, yeah. Yeah. I think I'm set, though. What am I missing? I'm missing high jump, space jump, ice. Screw attack. I'll get the sand pit while I'm here in case it turns out to be something big. It'll dump me back more or less at the entrance anyway, so I could have come up with a better route here though if I remembered it, I'm sure. Amazing how much higher that goes after just another little bit of running. Nice, very happy about that. I think there's a way to define gamey as, for example, how much the game just gives you tools you can use rather than trying to smartly guide you into doing what it wants. I don't know. I'm not one for defining shit anyway. So, that's somebody else's problem as far as I'm concerned. But, yeah. Do I have regular bombs though. Probably picked them up ages ago. I don't think there is a good way to define it, you know? I'm almost more interested in things that are really difficult to define. I just feel like there's a lot of things like that. Because, you know, games are art, right? So, there's just a lot of stuff that's just felt. And hard to put into words sometimes, you know? Gamey is like cinematic or pornographic. You just know it when you see it. Well, that's interesting. It's an interesting Oh, I missed an item over on the right where the digger guy is. Yeah. It's funny that the pornographic is an interesting addition there. Because you're right, you know, you recognize it when you see it. And I think that pornographic is an even better illustration of that than cinematic, right? It goes to show that you're right, there's something to it. You just know it. You just get it. You see whether something is pornographic or not. You see whether something is cinematic or not. Sense of intent. Yeah, maybe. Thanks, US Supreme Court. Yeah. I think I haven't done the wrecked ship on this one, have I? It makes sense to go up and do that now, I think. Well, I'll have to bomb jump. Yeah, I'll have to bomb jump up the red tower, but whatever. That's easy. That shouldn't take more than a minute or two. I do kind of think of it as arcadey, yeah. I've been saying gamey a lot over the past couple of years, but in my head, it used to be arcadey, but I just think arcades are so out of date now that if I say arcadey, people won't even know what I mean, you know? I think people still use it to talk about driving physics, you know? Is it arcadey? Does it have arcadey physics? But it's kind of like... It's kind of... You can kind of extrapolate that to other genres as well, you know? Is there anything I'm missing? I have wave and plasma. Let's go back this way as well. Arcades are making a comeback. They're just targeting a different audience. What do you mean by that? Actually, this is a decent route because I can get the power bomb stuff. Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff here that I didn't get. Now that I think about it. Oh no, I got that. Yeah, I got that jump onto the invisible ledge first try in this seed, didn't I? The mobile audience. I'm gonna stop soon, everybody. Try and get this one into a technically crossed off sort of state. I don't really know what I'm missing. I think I would like to have at least space jump, high jump. One of either space jump or high jump. And ice as well. Okay, I might be able to go out back to the starting elevator with a bomb jump. If I do it right. Yeah, I can do it from a jumping position. Yeah. It's funny, if you do this one, it matters whether you can do the bomb jump from the ground or from the jumping position. For this guy alone. So now he can't hit me. By the way, if you want to do the bomb jumping, I think it's actually easier to get started by doing that thing where you do it in the air. I don't just do it because it's faster, I think it's actually easier as well. Yeah, I was thinking that, Dean. I was thinking that might be how I might have to do it, but shush! Don't tell everybody else in the chat. I don't know if this is possible. Maybe with a damage boost. Oh, that was kind of cool. Maybe you can't. Alright, I'll just leave that. So there's 2 awkward items I'm missing. Supposed to use Ice Beam for that, by the way, for anybody who's wondering. Have I played the Streets of Rage 4 DLC? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. I only did a few runs of the roguelike thing, but I feel like maybe the upgrades weren't... I don't know. Maybe there's just not enough to them. It felt like I was getting the same ones every time, more or less. You know, I think the appeal of a mode like that would just be if there was more extreme outcomes in what was happening with your character as you went through it, you know? I don't know. But yeah, it's fun to be able to just boot it up and get random chunks of action. See if I can do this. I did this the other day off stream. Should be easy enough. Yeah, it seems like the... You can't be... Interesting. I know I have grapple, by the way. I just wanted to try. Yeah, it seemed like the one that... The upgrade that... lets you get health back from hitting enemies is just way overpowered compared to anything else. So I got really far on that one. I don't know that I could tell you any action games you wouldn't already be aware of, but a lot of people would kind of put these in a different category, but I think games like Alien Soldier or Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, well worth playing. Rondo of Blood is good too. I don't know what else. Like, I think when I played Rocket Knight on stream one time, and I'm not going to say that Rocket Knight is some massively underrated gem or anything like that. I think I played it pretty poorly. I was drinking or something like that, but it's good. There's a bunch of different little games like that you can find that are good. You know, like, does Caro Blaster count as an action game? I don't know, but it's fun. It's kind of an action platformer thing, you know? Even though you use a gun. I don't know. There's just not that many... There's not that many... There's not that many 3D action games in the first place, you know? The SNES version of Sparkster, yeah. Yeah, that old gem, that old chestnut. Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection is on sale, is it? Well, definitely pick that up. Very good. Sorry, Connor. I was gonna play it tomorrow, but then you reminded me of it, and I just thought it'd be funny, you know, as a stream thing if I just didn't play it, and then talk next stream about how I haven't played it, and we could get a little bit of a rivalry going on for, you know, because I have to have something to do on these streams, or I'll just run out, as if I haven't already. You know, we have to have recurring characters, you know, so. But yeah, I never know what to say when people ask for action games, because there's only so many of them, so you You probably know them all, you know? I'm gonna tell you, there's this series, right? You may never have heard of it. It's called Devil May Cry. Or, you know, Metal Gear Rising. You ever heard of Metal Gear? They made a Metal Gear sword game. I think it's cool that you can wall jump off those guys. I will play. I will. Just to be clear, Connor, it's all jokes. I'll play it eventually. I'm not in any rush, I'll be honest with you. But I have about 200 more playthroughs of Super Metroid to get through, and then I'll play it. Feels like it's been a very long time since I picked up anything that wasn't just a secondary weapon. Thank you, Dedeco. Thank you. Coming along all right, yeah. Mostly worked on shaders, which doesn't feel very impactful. I did do some other important things. Like one of the things that I did was in the state machine, if an action cancelled itself, which seems like it's going to be a very rare occurrence in anything I make anyway. If an action cancelled itself, then it didn't start animating from the beginning again, which is a problem. There is one interesting thing that I've been thinking about lately, right? So I put this to you, chat. I put this to you. This is maybe the first thing that I've been grappling with that I haven't had to grapple with before, right? That didn't really occur to me before. So I put this question to you, right? So here's one reason why I wanted to solve this self-cancelling animation thing. Let's say we do an uppercut. Okay, we do an uppercut. And then after the uppercut, we're going to go into a recovery animation, or we're just going to start falling, or whatever. We're going to go into a different state after the uppercut is done, right? Now, imagine the player's screen, right? The uppercut, let's say, lasts 30 frames, right? So half a second. The uppercut lasts half a second, 30 frames. Let's assume that there's no input buffer, which is... maybe that's something I should work on. An input buffer. It's an idea. It's something I don't have yet. Need to remind myself of that. Right, so anyway. Let's assume there's no input buffer for now, right? The player wants to do another uppercut as soon as possible. They want to do another uppercut as soon as possible, right? So, when should the input for the player's next uppercut count? Make it like melee, no input buffer. I might do without an input buffer. I might. But yeah, when should it count, right? So let's say, what picture should be on screen for the first button press of the next uppercut to actually count? Should it be A? There's only two possible options here, in my mind anyway, right? It should either be the very last frame of animation for the previous uppercut, or it should be the first frame of falling animation. In other words, should you be forced to see at least one frame of falling animation before you can do another uppercut. Let's assume that the uppercut, under most circumstances, the uppercut can't cancel itself, right? So if you press the button, you can't uppercut again until the uppercut is over, right? So under A, we are allowed to uppercut again because we're allowed to uppercut with the final frame of the uppercut being on screen, because we know that, you know, when the button is pressed, the next frame would be a new uppercut. Like the next frame, the player would be freed up for that, right? But alternatively, you could say that no, you need to see the falling animation, because the fall is the indication to the player that they are free now to uppercut. You understand? So A means that you see the last frame of the uppercut, but B means that you have to see one frame of falling animation. I'm interested in the responses here. So Noodle says A, you read the input and apply to the next frame. That's a logical thing, I would say, yes. But also Dean says, yeah, I say a frame of falling, it's a visual signal, which I agree with. It is a visual signal. Advanced animations read inputs, apply logic based on inputs. Just do what feels better. Savok says there's pleasure in perfectly chaining them without a falling animation, which I can kind of understand. I get that perspective, yeah. Astro Beef says B, mostly because it gives an obvious signal to the player when they can uppercut again. If you use A, the player won't understand. So there you go. Good Guy says A. And then me says B. According to the game's logic, if the fall is analogous to the neutral state. Right. Noodle says make it smooth. Ahmad says B. Deepak says B. Great Value Oreo says B. It would allow the player to realize that the first attack is over and they can do it again. Dead Echo says never thought about that, are both common in the industry. I don't know. I actually have never really thought about it that much myself. Good Guy says A. Falling signal would play anyway if your timing isn't on point. Yeah, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Like, for example, I had it set up this way, right? And, okay, I wasn't like trying to perfectly time it, but if you just hammer the uppercut button, you'd be surprised how often you don't see that falling frame of animation if you set it up in the A way. Yeah, A gives them a visual signal. A gives them a visual signal that they're sick. Yeah. We got another B from a different Dean. We got B. Honorable Dowmer says definitely B. Drew says A. Most people won't be skilled enough to make a one frame window, and if they are, they should be rewarded. That's Frosty, with probably the most reasonable take of all. I think it's one of those things where you have to try both A and B and see which one feels better rather than logic it out. Steve says, I would lean towards A personally. It seems to me that you should be able to do an uppercut if 30 frames had finished, but with B you will always miss frame 31. Ahmad says, do you want the player to smoothly do uppercuts back to back? It's up to you what experience you want the player to have. Chevreau asks, what's the difference really? So it does actually seem like there's a fairly even split. If I had to guess, I would say B is winning out, but only very slightly. B presents a visual rhythm. Here's my thinking. My thinking, okay, the way that my state machine and everything is set up currently is A. And my thinking is that it needs to be B. And I think this actually presents a bigger headache than it seems like on a surface level. Because I'm using a priority system and it's going to be weird. It's going to be weird to have the player in say the falling state, but lock them out of doing anything. See, that's one of the arguments against it, right? If I want to protect against this and make sure that the falling state has to happen, what do we have to do, right? So let's imagine that the uppercut has a priority of 100, right? And the falling state has a priority of 5 because it's a very low priority thing, right? So when we're in the uppercut, it makes sense that something needs to have a higher priority than 100 to make it through, right? But then we go into the falling animation. See, it's one of these things where it gets confusing because you envision the game working behind the scenes between frames, whereas the player only actually sees frames, right? This is the thing that's talking me into it. The player only sees frames, right? Whereas you know that, okay, once this frame has finished, the player's input, like, I know the player is going to go back into a more neutral state, and therefore their input should allow them to go into the thing, into the uppercut again, but the player only sees the frame. The player doesn't see that intermediary step of, okay, I know that, you know, my uppercut ran out and I was about to be put into the falling animation, and because I was about to be put into the falling animation, I pressed the uppercut button again and overrode that with my second uppercut. I also think there's an argument for B because it's more consistent, right? Because most of the time, if a player, it needs to be a frame perfect input for the player to get 2 uppercuts without the falling frame of animation, right? Whereas with B, it will always have at least 1 frame of falling. And it does look a bit weird, I can tell you from experience from having set it up this way, where if you're spamming the uppercut button, sometimes you see that frame of falling and sometimes you don't. And it seems a little bit strange visually, even though I know it makes sense behind the scenes, you know? So my engine, I can't call it an engine, right? Because Game Maker is the engine. My state machine thing, which is fairly complicated and robust at this point, I think, right? I think it's probably the best thing I've done on the project, and I'm pretty happy with it overall. But the state machine thing that I do, it's A currently, and I think it needs to be B. A with some sort of indicator? Nah, that's not. That's going halfway between. That's not a good place to be, I think. A is where you don't see the frame of falling animation. B is where you do see the frame of falling animation. I was almost ready to skip that item. Will changing to B require more work on your end? Yeah, it will. It's going to be a... See, here's the thing. Here's the thing which I think is important to clarify. Nothing is actually that difficult to implement in programming, or most things aren't. Collisions is actually a genuinely difficult problem, I think. But most things aren't actually that difficult to implement. The problem is, can you implement them without fucking up everything else you've done? Like, can you get it into the system you currently have in a way that makes sense, that doesn't lead to bloat, it's not convoluted, it doesn't feel like it's just kind of strapped on? Because if you do that enough times, you end up with this cobbled together mess that's just not, it's not readable, it's not enjoyable to work on, it's not sustainable, right? So, could I do it? Yeah, I could have it done tomorrow. I could have it done in an hour, probably. The problem is, can I do it the right way? You know, can I make sure that it's consistent and good and in line with the rest of the system, that I'm not going to be looking at it and regretting it, you know, for the next year or two, however long I end up using it, right? But yeah, it's right now the thing is A. Basically, if an action runs out, the very first thing that happens on the next frame is we get set back to some kind of lower neutral, more neutral state, whether that's a falling animation or a standing animation or whatever, right? So it's currently A, but I think unfortunately it needs to be B. But I do think it's interesting that you could... I can see an argument for A being the right choice, you know? I suppose the ultimate sort of thing it boils down to is that it's more important to me that the player actually get feedback and see what's happening rather than just having to guess the inner workings of the system or understand how games work behind the scenes, right? I can get that item in Meridia now if I want to. If I can keep the space jump going, it's not going to be too bad. What other item am I missing? I'm missing the one with the robot. Something else, I don't know. I can just go to Norfair. I have enough stuff now, I think. Fuzzy Guard is actually a really good example. Sorry, I haven't been reading the chat. I probably should have just paused it and read a bit more. Are you gonna have a buffer? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how many games actually have buffers. Like, does Super Metroid have a buffer? Because if not, I think I can get away without it, you know? I don't think I got this on this playthrough. Wouldn't A's visual consistency be more appealing? You'd be surprised. I don't think it actually looks that good. And it's kind of inconsistent in a way, because like I said, and if you hit that one frame window, you get the chained uppercuts, but if you don't hit the one frame window, you get the fall. So it's actually kind of inconsistent looking. Kind of. It is obviously deterministic and all, you know, but... If you buffer the uppercut during the first uppercut, the state machine will progress, then check the buffered input and transition directly to the second uppercut. Yeah. Yeah. That's the... Yeah. I think it does kind of depend on whether you have an input buffer or not, because I can see that as well. I can see how if you have the buffer... If you have the buffer, it's going to be way more consistent for the player. I think it's kind of... The problem really is that inconsistency between... whether you show the single frame of falling animation or not, you know? Because... if you have a buffer, then the player can press it, what, like 15, however many frames in advance. And they're always going to get the chained uppercut, so it's going to look consistent to them. Unless they miss it, in which case, you know, they missed it. It's going to be clear that they missed it, that they could have pressed the button sooner and got the second uppercut straight away. So I don't know. By the way, I'm just using uppercuts here as an example. There's not going to be an uppercut. At least not on the player character. He's currently not planned to have an uppercut for the game that I'm making. But it's just Victor has one, you know? So... got me thinking. So annoying. got that just in time. I think I'm going to finish up soon. Character name reveal. I don't actually have a name for him. I think he's pretty cool, but I don't have a name for him. I think I probably won't give him a name. There's the ice beam. Okay, that's definitely an indication that this thing is done. At least we know the character's a guy. It is a guy, yeah. Who knows? It's probably gonna go the way of Proxima and just fucking never see the light of day. So, hope you enjoy never finding out. I probably should just pull the trigger on talking about the actual game a bit more, because I'm just hesitant to do it, because I like when games are revealed not long before they release, you know? But I suppose it's a small sacrifice to make, really, isn't it? I don't want you getting too attached, chat, okay? If I tell you more, I don't want you getting too attached. You gotta be merciless. You gotta be merciless about moving on from things, or just cutting them, or leaving them behind, or whatever. Sometimes you gotta be merciless. I will go and kill Ridley, and then I'll call this one quits, right? And then I'm gonna finish up. Be ready that you might mercilessly kill Victor. Yeah, I'm still using him. It's been a good test bed to have an existing character and mold the game to it, you know. But yeah, I want to get rid of him. I refresh Gamatsu every day to see news about your game. Oh, thank you. You'll be waiting a long time on that one. I can tell you, just wait a year. Don't refresh for another year, right? Do you consider Dread one of the better Metroid games? I don't know. I don't know if I'd go that far, but then again, there's things I don't like about Dread, but there's things I don't like about Fusion and Zero Mission as well. You know, I'm not a fan of the Zero Suit stuff in Zero Mission. Not even necessarily because of the Zero Suit, but just because it just doesn't really tie into the rest of the game very well. You know, which I think is part of the appeal of a game like this, is that it's all interconnected, it's all part of one big whole, you know? Whereas all the stealth Zero Suit stuff in that one just felt like it was its own little game buried in this game. So it's not like I'd say Dread is especially flawed compared to the others even, you know? No, I wouldn't say that developing has changed anything about the way I would critique. The thing, I would say though, one of the reasons I'm interested in that A and B thing that we were talking about a few minutes ago is I think people have been asking me and kind of waiting for me to have something that I never thought about before when I was, you know, making videos and stuff. I think that's an example. I don't think I ever really thought that closely about... I don't know. There's some stuff I wrote that I never released that probably gets close to it, but I don't know if I was thinking exactly along these lines, you know? Or not. I don't know how to put it, but yeah, it's been an interesting thing to think about and try and decide and try and figure out which one is the better choice, because I can see an argument for both sides. I think I'm team B though, as much as I hate to say it, because it really it's going to be annoying to try and contort the thing that I have already into that. Still don't know how I'm going to do it exactly, because there's a few different ways I can do it. Like I was thinking of delaying the update of priority for 1 frame after every action, you know? So that the first frame of the new action gets a chance to be drawn, but you still have the priority of the older action, you know? For that 1 frame. Fuck this guy. I think that would be a fairly smooth way of doing it, but it's kind of counterintuitive on the back end. It's kind of thing where you could revisit that in 6 months and go, what was I? What? I'd be so confused by your own thing, because you got to think of yourself as well, not even just somebody else who might work on it. It's very easy to come back to something that you wrote and be confused or just annoyed by it, you know? What do top-down adventure games or RPGs need to keep your interest? Been considering one and I've been confused on making it fun without combat. I've never finished it, but maybe a good one to play there would be Goof Troop, which is Shinji Mikami's first game, which is, I don't think it has combat in it, I'm not sure. I think something like Minit, M-I-N-I-T, didn't blow me away or anything, but I don't think that has combat in it either. So I think really what you're looking for is you want to... It needs something, right? It needs something to hold the player's interest. Unless you want it to just be a kind of point-and-click adventure or something like that, you know? So it needs puzzles or something, or a way to advance through the world. There's that Moon RPG as well. You might want to take a look at that. Only got released in the West recently, just called Moon. So that's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm picturing. And I think, like, the reason I wasn't blown away by Moon either from what I played of it anyway, I didn't finish it, but the reason it works, I would say, is that there's kind of like a little puzzle solving element to each of the things. You basically go around rescuing animals, and there's a little bit of puzzle solving, like, oh, this animal likes cheese or something, you know? So you put a bit of cheese on the ground and he comes along and then you can get him, you know? Things like that. Something where you're given information and you use it somehow, right? Tulip, yeah, I haven't played Tulip, but it's from the same developers. They made a few games, I think. Moon, Tulip, Captain Rainbow, stuff like that. Here's another one I'm forgetting as well. You want to play a nice little puzzle game, which kind of, like, you can almost classify it as an adventure because it's all one thing. A Monster's Expedition is a nice, it's kind of a Sokoban kind of thing. Pretty beginner friendly, I would say. The puzzles aren't too hard, and they all take place on one big map, so it's kind of got a little bit of an adventure vibe to it. Just part of that is just the presentation, though, just the fact that it is a little monster guy going around the world. Yeah, I think Monster's Expedition is it's a great little game. I didn't 100% it or anything. I imagine some of the stuff in there is brutal if you want to 100% it, just based on some of the stuff that I saw. But it's really nice to, like, it's a great. This is kind of underselling it, but I think it's a really great kind of beginner puzzle game. Beginner is maybe the wrong word, but it's. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really nice. I think it has a really nice level of complexity to it, where it's constantly ramping up and introducing new ideas, but it's never overwhelming. Like, you're often asked to figure something out about the mechanics, but it's never this huge thing, you know? Can powerbomb Ridley before the fight starts to get a little free damage in him. Okay, but how early? Like, even before he spawns or something? Why, would plasma have been better on that? I didn't know that. I'd have to charge it, right? Bought Monsters Expedition on your recommendation. I don't remember recommending it in the past, but yeah. Yeah, it's good. Super Missiles is faster. Alright, well I said I was going to call it there. I think that seed is done anyway, so... Missing a screw attack. I always forget what everything is on the menu, whatever that last thing is. What is it? Screw attack and something else. Ah, high jump, yes. Thank you, SAS. SAS and Dean both clearly know their shit. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Give me one more before I go. So if you remember the discussion from earlier, okay? I just want your letter answer, okay? To give me something to chew on here. So A is where we don't show the falling frame, right? We just uppercut into uppercut. B is where we show at least one frame in between. You're allowed. Just give me A or B in the chat. I'll read it out. A, B, A, B, 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 A, B, 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 A, B, 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 A, B, A, B, A. A, B, A, B, B, B. There could be people putting in several answers here. I haven't actually... I'd have to check. Probably someone's trying to sneak in 2 answers. Yeah. I think people are leaning towards B. I am too, but there's a few A's in there, and I can see where you're coming from. I think if you have a generous input buffer, that A might actually be the right call. But I don't know that I want that. I don't think I want that, so... Designed by committee. Yeah. Well, thank you everybody for your answers. I think I'd have to be talked out of B at this point, but I'm not looking forward to actually doing it, so I'm not going to do it anytime soon. The answer is do whatever's easier and call it a feature. Yeah. Yeah. Even if you go with A, players will be seeing the false state the vast majority of the time anyway. I agree, especially if there's no input buffer. That's definitely true. That's definitely true. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I hope you had some fun. I barely even remember playing Metroid. I played Super Metroid twice, apparently. Just standing here in Ridley's Lair wondering how I got here. Alright, I'm going to go. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Hope you had a good time. And I'll see you again soon. Maybe, question mark. Alright? See you later, everybody.